All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Elevate Live.
Welcome.
This is a 4-hour mini conference run by and for the members of Elevate Dataviz Learning Community. My name is Duncan Geere, and with me today, I've got Alli Torban, Will Chase down there, and then Gabby, who's sort of over there, at least on my screen. I don't know if you're getting like a mirrored version or something, but hopefully those directions were right. So we are the founders of the Elevate Dataviz Learning Community. Elevate is a paid membership program where you, or someone you know maybe, can grow your information design skills in a friendly and supportive environment with access to a bunch of people who've already walked that road, like the four of us. If you want to find out more about Elevate, you can visit elevatedataviz.com. But let's talk about Elevate Live and the reason why we're all here today. The goal of today's conference is twofold. First and foremost, this conference is for our members. Public speaking is an incredibly valuable skill, and we wanted to give our elevators the opportunity to practice that skill. So, over the last few weeks, the speakers on our lineup today have been figuring out the subject of their talks, developing their narratives, putting together beautiful slides, and then refining their work based on feedback from others. Today is their big day. They're going to be giving their talks, and we know that they're going to do an amazing job. But secondly, for the wider DataViz field, we wanted to do this conference to introduce the community to a collection of new voices in information design. Our lineup today is full of people who have completely different backgrounds, life experiences, and skill sets, and we're incredibly excited about showcasing what they have to say. So let's talk a little bit about how things are going to play out. We're going to be kicking off shortly with a 45-minute Q&A with Danielle Alberti, who leads the data journalism team at Axios, a news publication based in the United States. Then we'll go into a pair of talks from Marilia, who's going to be talking about what data visualization can learn from the field of international relations, as well as Tristan, who's going to present about the value of keeping a beginner's mindset. We'll then take a 10-minute break. When we come back, we'll hear from Julian, who's going to talk about design thinking and dashboard creation. We're going to hear from Silvia, introducing a project mapping clusters of street names. And then Cheryl, who's going to present about customizing Plotly charts. We'll also have a short segment in this section where you can get a little bit of a glimpse of the Elevate community behind our paywall and see how it works and see if it might be something you'd be interested in. We'll then round off this second section with a trio of lightning talks from Maggie, Jayeola, and Angelica about infographic layout, the data governance scene in Africa, and how collecting data can harm or save lives. You don't want to miss those. Mm-hmm. We'll then take another 10-minute break and introduce our final session. That'll be a 45-minute Q&A with Alli, Will, Gabby, and myself, where you'll be able to ask us whatever you like about our personal journeys in DataViz, you know, how the membership scheme works, what we've learned over the last 6 months or so of running it, what we've learned in our entire careers. Basically, you can ask whatever questions you want. It's a total free-for-all. Come armed with tricky questions. We'll be really excited to answer them. We've got a mix of live and pre-recorded talks today for the simple reason that some of our speakers have got kind of rocky internet connections, and a pre-record makes sure that we have the best chance that you're going to be able to hear what they have to say. After each talk, there'll be a short live Q&A where you can ask any questions that you have for our speaker. There are no stupid questions, so type whatever you like into the YouTube chat box and we will get them asked. Otherwise, that's our full lineup today. It's going to take 4 hours. We hope you're going to enjoy it. Be aware that all of the times listed here are in UTC, Universal Time Coordinated, which is like the global time standard. So you're going to need to convert them to your local time zone. It's really easy to do that. You can use Google. Just type in 4 p.m. UTC or whatever you want, and it should auto-translate it for you. As you know, because you're watching this conference is totally free to attend. So please don't hesitate to share the link with anyone that you know, colleagues, friends, whoever, who might be interested. You can also post on social media that you're attending so that we can maximize the audience we're going to be able to give our amazing speakers. We don't have like an official hashtag or anything, but if you make one up, then maybe other people will use it. Let's see.
Wait, we
Let's
do.
Like, hashtags. Wait, we do? Gabby, did you make a hashtag?
Hashtag Elevate Live. So
Whoa.
Wow. Okay.
Breaking news. All right.
Well, if you want to set up a competing hashtag, this is your official permission. All right. So if you have any kind of questions or concerns, or you just want to say hi, then type into the YouTube chat box. Otherwise, I think it's about time that we get started.
Yeah,
so,
let's do it.
I'm going to hand you over to the amazing Alli Torban, who's going to be introducing our first session.
Great. Thanks, Duncan. All right. So our first guest is Danielle Alberti. She's amazing. And I'm not just saying that because she's Will's boss. Danielle Alberti is the data visualization editor at Axios. She comes from a background of front-end development at the Pew Research Center, and she has a journalism degree from University of Colorado at Boulder. She lives in Arlington, very close to me, with her husband, daughter, and 3 cats. So we had to update that. Last I had was 1 cat, but now it's 3. Welcome, Danielle.
Thank you so much. It's really good to be here and talking to all of you.
We're so happy to have you. So first question. You run the DataViz group at Axios. Can you tell us a little bit about what your day-to-day looks like, what a typical day running DataViz at Axios is?
Sure. So I start most of my days with an editor's meeting, basically going into this meeting, hearing from all the editors at Axios, what are the day's stories, what's going on, what do we need to amplify? What are we working on, and what's coming up tomorrow? So, you know, I'm kind of listening to see if there's anything that would be enhanced with the data visualization, obviously, and kind of talking with editors about, you know, data sources, data questions they might have, you know, guiding them in that direction. I'm also letting them know what's going on with my team, what we have coming up. And, you know, there are definitely going to be times where we have something a little bit longer term that we're working on, where it doesn't necessarily have a home yet, where I am pitching it to the other editors to see where it will get picked up. We run a lot of different newsletters as well as the site, and so a lot of the time my team will just kind of start working on something and we figure out which newsletter is going to run it a little bit later. So I'm kind of looping people in there. After that, you know, my team is spending all day, every day, taking requests from reporters and editors, mostly charts to run for the next day, but some of them are going to, you know, some of them are going to be that same day. Some of them are going to be much longer. So I'm frequently kind of directing traffic there. I'm working with the people on my team if they have any questions, like if they need any advice on what's going to be the best way to visualize this, where should we find some data? Is there a reporter that I might be working with on this? Maybe they're having a problem with that reporter and I need to jump in, you know, working with them on things like that as requests come up. Then I have tons of meetings. I'm a liaison between my team and pretty much all of the other teams at Axios. So I'm talking to the engineers and to the other section editors, you know, politics, news desk, health. I'm talking to our audience team, sometimes talking to the C-suite, you know, like just trying to advocate for my team, working with them. And, you know, a huge part of my job is just like knowing everything that's going on and making sure that the right people are talking to each other.
How much DataViz do you get to do nowadays?
A lot less than I did even a few months ago.
Yeah.
When I first started here, there were, I was the 3rd person on the team. And right now we have 10 full-time people on the team and 2 interns. So, and Axios is probably, gosh, I honestly don't even know. I hate that I don't have data to back this up, but I would guess probably at least like 3 or 4 times larger than it was when I started here 2.5 years ago.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, a much bigger part of my job now is just directing traffic. And of course, through all of this, I'm editing charts. So yeah, I'm still doing a little bit of data viz on my own, taking some requests, especially when we're getting busy, or if I have my own ideas that are close to my heart or something, I'm doing some of my own stuff, but I'm mostly helping my team get the job done.
There's a lot of people in our membership that are wanting or looking to become data journalists. Can you tell us a little bit about what a career path looks like for a data journalist? Because I know Will is considered a data journalist and you are a data visualization editor, right?
Yeah.
So kind of what's a typical progression for somebody in your field?
I don't think there is a typical progression for someone in my field. I think that journalism is, as a field, kind of notorious for gatekeeping and hiring, people who have journalism degrees. And that's much less of a thing in data journalism. In data journalism, as our little niche, you're much, much, much more likely to find people who have computer science backgrounds, social science backgrounds, statistics, web development. So, probably about half of the people on my team study journalism, come from journalism. The other half are coming from somewhere completely different. This is Will's first job in journalism. A lot of people on my team, this is their first job in journalism. The thing that they kind of have in common is that they're interested in data visualization, and they have this commitment to using that skill set to inform the public. So, that all the people who I have hired who are not coming from a journalism background, in their interviews, they made it very clear that that was a value that was important to them. Like they wanted to be in journalism. They didn't want to, it wasn't like I accidentally ended up here. It was, this is a thing that they are committed to. So I know that that's not incredibly helpful. It's just, I don't think there is like a standard path for data visualization journalism. It's a new enough field, and it's something that's only fairly recently starting to become taken seriously in media. And of course, right now it's exploding, but this is a fairly recent thing. And so you're not going to find, a standardized path.
So someone could be able to become a data journalist even if they don't have a data or a journalism background, they could apply for a job as a data journalist, and then they is kind of the normal progression is you're a data journalist and then you become an editor of that team typically. I mean, I know there's probably not a lot of data points, but
it's going to depend a lot on what somebody is actually interested in doing. A lot of people, very understandably don't want to manage. A lot of people don't want to be editors. That's completely okay. And, I definitely think for my team, I think it's really important that people have a path upward without having to go into management. An individual contributor should be able to get new job titles, get promotions, get raises, and progress without having to actually become an editor.
Right. Like you could decide that maybe you like the short form stories better, or maybe you want to do more long-term, long data viz stories, right? Like you can kind of find your niche without having to move up to managerial levels. Is that right?
Yeah. Will loves storytelling, and he is going to become an editor, but he's going to be running a team of storytelling data visualization journalists who will not all be editors. They're not all going to be managers, but they're going to have their own niche.
Okay, that's really interesting. Oh, one question from Sonia. Danielle, do you miss the actual work?
I feel like I still have the opportunity to do it when I want it. At any point I can jump into the chat and grab a request at any point. If I have a story idea, I can can do that. I can make time for that.
Mm.
I really like the aspect of my job where I'm kind of helping wrangle everything and make it all kind of come together.
Right.
So I wouldn't say that I really miss it because I can do it whenever I want.
That's what the bonus of being the boss, right?
Yeah, I'm the boss. Like, who's going to stop me? Really?
One thing that I've always wondered for working as a data journalist is what the work-life balance is like. Are you constantly in a rush, on call, like someone needs a chart out in 10 minutes? Or is it, like you said, we usually are working on charts for tomorrow or a week. What in the scale from like on fire to, chilling out, where do you say for your guys' office specifically, where do you feel you guys land?
For our office specifically, I would put us at probably a 5. It's honestly, I think that we have the luxury of, because we're mostly working for the next day's newsletters, we're very rarely turning around something that has to go out right now. That's a really rare thing to happen. We have the luxury of being able to plan ahead, to kind of take things more slowly. Usually if we're rushing, it's because we want to get something done before we take off for the day. There's going to be obvious exceptions. Every once in a while, there's going to be breaking news that needs a chart, but that's not common. Like most breaking news isn't like, oh no, news is breaking, we need a line graph. Like, help us, Dataviz. That's not really a thing, So, there's going to be the obvious caveats of like election night and stuff like that, where you're really trying to work faster. But I think generally speaking, we're able to work at a more leisurely pace. And I think that most people on my team have a pretty healthy work-life balance. I think that for me as an editor, I kind of have to be on call a bit more. I have to be more reachable if anything is burning down. I need to be able to hop on Slack and help out. So I have my notifications on a lot more than probably most people on the team. But I think that when you actually aggregate the hours worked, I'm still probably not going over like 45 hours a week. I'm doing okay. I'm just like on call more.
Oh, that's great. That's great to know. It makes me feel better, and I hope it makes other people feel better if they want to go into data journalism, but they feel like, I can't afford to have that kind of lifestyle, or I would like to have a more balanced lifestyle.
I think there are definitely going to be other newsrooms. I've seen a lot of data journalism roles where you're covering the Saturday shift every single week, or you're covering the night shift every single night, or that, like, that's definitely a thing. And obviously there are going to be times where you are going to be like on the breaking news desk or something. But I think that the majority of DataViz journalists are probably working more like us.
We have a couple good questions coming in. Sonia asked, is your working environment the average of a DataViz team setting, like Washington Post, New York Times? Do you have any intel on kind of how other DataViz journalism teams are working? Is it similar?
In some ways it is, in some ways it isn't. I think that, like, for example, on my team, it doesn't really make sense for us to do beats. We kind of do more generic requests. Almost everybody on my team, any given day, they're going to work on a sports request, a business, a health, a politics. They're not really specializing in anything. We have one person who kind of specializes-ish in business and finance, but otherwise everybody just kind of does general stuff. In most larger newsrooms, people are generally doing more beat work.
Sorry, can you just explain for a sec what beat work means?
So that means that they are specializing in kind of broad topics. So you might be somebody who primarily does business and finance, data visualization, politics visualization.
Like a particular topic.
Yeah, climate. There's lots of different, like a beat reporter, you're specializing in something.
Got it. We have another good question. How many people might work on one piece, and how do the roles break down?
So that's gonna vary a lot by what kind of pieces we're talking about. When we're talking about just your average everyday chart to run tomorrow, generally what it's going to be is one person, one Dataviz journalist is making the chart. They're communicating with a reporter to make sure that they're getting everything correct. So they're kind of going back and forth to make sure that the language is right, that the data is correct, that they're getting the story right, so that the chart kind of matches up with the story that the reporter is trying to tell. But then when they feel like the chart is kind of at a draft form, they'll post it in our Slack channel and they'll get edits. And so a couple of people will generally pitch in for edits on that. Editing the language itself, number checking, checking for design, checking for colors, making sure that it actually is the best chart form. Like, is there a better way for us to show this? So for pieces like that, you're looking at the original Dataviz journalist, the reporter themselves, and then whoever helps edit. When it comes to like the longer form pieces that Will is kind of in charge of, that can be probably anywhere from like 2 Dataviz journalists to, I think we top out at probably about 4 Dataviz journalists, if I had to guess. And then we'll usually have 1 or 2 reporters looped in some way to provide their expertise, to do a little bit of writing, things like that.
Yeah, so everything is pretty much a team effort.
Oh yeah, we're very team oriented.
Mm-hmm. I want to transition a little bit. You had talked a little bit about at the beginning how a lot of maybe half your team doesn't even have a journalism degree. So I want to talk a little bit about skills that you think are important when you're hiring a data journalist. Yeah. So when you are looking through a resume or a portfolio, are there particular skills that you're looking for in a possible candidate to join your team?
So I think that probably the most important skill that you can have as a data visualization professional in general, but especially as a data viz journalist, is the ability to edit yourself. I think that, dashboards are a wonderful thing. Sometimes we love having the utility of just like dumping all of the data in one place and letting the reader have this free-for-all. Wonderful service, they're great, but I need to be able to see that you're also able to pick out the data that really tells the story the way that it needs to be told. So, instead of like, I have this employment data, the government has been collecting it since 1795, so I'm going to show it for 1795 to 2022, when the story is actually about pandemic era unemployment. Probably not that useful. You need to be able to know at what point where do you cut off the data? What data points are you showing? What is the best way to get this so that the reader is not completely overwhelmed and they see what they're actually supposed to be seeing? So that's the main thing that I'm looking for, is that you kind of have that intuition. I think I'm also kind of looking for like just some design sense. Like the things in your portfolio should not be outright hideous. It's cool if it's not, my aesthetic. It's cool if it's not Axios branded or whatever. Like you don't need to like make a bespoke portfolio where you're branding everything with our colors or anything. But I want to know that you kind of have some innate idea of how elements are fitting together.
Yeah. And I think from what I'm hearing, if you are creating a portfolio, maybe with a few pieces that you want to add to your resume to send to you to send to Danielle for you're applying for a job, even if your story, the story that you did for your portfolio is the final product was a nicely designed bar chart, but you have maybe some discussion about where the data came from and what the limitations of the data were and why you chose that data set, how you cleaned it, just talking a little bit more about how you came to the story, maybe questions you asked, maybe parts that you had to go and find more data to supplement, just having a discussion that you were really taking this seriously. And even though like you said, it's not a bespoke, amazing out of this world graphic, it's still something that gets the point across.
Yeah. I want to see that critical thinking. I think that anyone can just dump a bunch of data into any charting tool and end up with something. And that's certainly a place to start. But I want to see that there's some critical thinking going into how does this data tell the story that we're looking for?
Mm-hmm. Someone asked, I'm trying to find it. They asked about coding skills. Are you looking for any kind of coding skills?
Sometimes.
Journalism. Possible to get into data viz and journalism without serious programming skills. I come from more of a design-oriented end of the work.
Absolutely. There are times, I started in journalism, went into web development because I kind of realized that I was going to need to learn how to code. And so I was in web development for about 5 years before coming to Axios and going all out on data visualization. But at this point, I almost never code. I mean, ask Will. He knows I am completely useless at this point when it comes to coding, because after 2 years of almost never doing it, I'm like, oh no, I've forgotten the language. But I think that there are, our team does a lot of coded visualization, but we also use Data Wrapper really heavily. We use Illustrator. We used to use Illustrator more heavily, but we're definitely always using other methods of making visuals as well. Especially if you're going to go into something like cartography. There's a lot of places where, knowing GIS programs and Illustrator and Photoshop are going to take you pretty far. So we definitely have a lot of people who code on my team. We have some who don't really. And it is something that sometimes I'm looking for it, sometimes I'm not. It totally depends on the role I'm trying to fill.
Right. Yeah. I can see how sometimes it might be important for a particular need that you guys have. Because I know Will, and you just mentioned it, said that you guys use Data Wrapper a lot, and you have templates set up so that, if you needed to, you could get a chart out in like a minute. Is that right?
Yeah, we use Data Wrapper a ton for especially our kind of quick turnaround stuff. We have a ton of svelte templates for kind of the more regularly occurring visuals that we have. So a lot of like our sports tables and certain kinds of maps. And we have a lot of different things where we just have a template where it's, one of the very brilliant engineers on our team put these things together and made it in a way that it's very plug and play. So yeah, we have a lot of different ways that we actually make charts, and it's very much find the right tool for the job, find the tool that you're comfortable with. And people on the team are always happy to jump in and help. If there is a tool that would be the best for the job, but you're not quite as comfortable with it, someone's going to be happy to help you.
Yeah. And Will just popped in. He said that several people who didn't know how to code before they were hired, now they're learning on the job. So it's really nice to know. I can see why you're looking for more of the curiosity mindset when you're hiring someone, because it sounds like you have a structure in place that can support someone who's maybe a little bit more new at data viz, or, trying to amp up their design skills or amp up their coding skills. You have a structure in place to support them, and then they can kind of learn on the job in a lot of different ways.
Yeah, for the last position that we hired for, we needed our beat person for business and finance. And one of the things that we said while we were doing the hiring was that no one on our team really understands business and finance. We just don't. We're totally useless at it. But we know coding, we know data viz, we know data. And so we, while I was posting for that job, while I was hiring for that job, I was very vocal about, like, you do not need to know how to code. You don't even need to have really a data viz background. I know that somebody who, if you know the business and finance part, we can teach you the data viz part. We can do that. Like, that's not an issue. So that's definitely one of the perspectives that we're coming from.
And for in a portfolio, do you like to see a bunch of different examples, or would you prefer to say, if there was just one project and they go deep into, like I was saying earlier, like the data and the whole process, or would you like to kind of flip through a whole bunch of different portfolios to see a variety?
I kind of prefer to see a variety. I want to see that you can work on, multiple things. You understand different chart types. You understand different data sets. And if you're doing just like one deep thing, that doesn't necessarily speak much to your own work, given that so many of those like deep projects are a huge team effort. So if you're giving me a portfolio that only has like one really deep project, I don't know how much of that was actually you.
Yeah.
Whereas if you're pulling together, 10 different things, there's going to be a lot of overlap.
Here's a great question from Christina. In your opinion, which area of expertise are mostly relevant in your work, along with the skills related to data viz, like environment, biology, finance? Is there a particular topic that you feel like it would be good for people to know?
Yes, all of the above.
Widely read.
I mean, yes. Definitely one of the problems that journalism often has is that because it is such a gatekeeping industry where most of the people there have journalism degrees, there's not always this like well-rounded depth of knowledge. And there needs to be more people in a newsroom with science degrees, with liberal arts degrees, which is a huge part of the reason why I try to make sure that my team is, more diverse in background, because, I hate to keep using Will as an example, but like Will's science background was completely invaluable when he wanted to make our COVID variant tracker. He was the one who saw that there was this huge gap in media coverage about COVID variants as they were kind of cropping up very early on. And people didn't really understand how to communicate that to a level that normal people could actually understand. Will had a science background that he was able to bring to that and really make an incredible variant tracker that normal people can read. Having a newsroom with that kind of breadth of knowledge is completely invaluable. So anything that you can bring to the table is great. I want to see it all.
Yeah, that's great. What about when you're looking through a portfolio or a resume and you see, instead of a red flag, what do you think would be like a really bright green flag for you? Like, yes, I love this.
One of the biggest green flags for me is kind of an outspoken interest and commitment to DEI as a general concept.
Can you spell out what you mean by DEI for us, just for everyone who doesn't recognize that acronym?
Diversity, equity, and inclusion. So I want to know that they are actually thinking about the world in an intersectional way, that they're not going to get that they're not going to be quite as like locked into I think that there are a lot of data sets that exist in the world that are very biased to a status quo kind of narrative. And I think that as a data journalist, you kind of need to be able to see bias in data sets. And so kind of speaking to that outwardly in an interview is a big green flag to me.
Mhm.
Understanding that.
Yeah, you're right. We have a talk about that later on too, which is such an important topic because all data sets were collected by somebody, right? So
Right.
just knowing that and understanding that there's a bias in pretty much all data sets and that you are aware of that and you're working to mitigate it in any kind of ways, that is really,
Yeah, that's
really
something that
important.
gets ignored a lot. I think a lot of people just say like, well, the data shows this, you can't dispute that. And that's not, you need to be able to look at data more deeply than that. You need to understand that all data is going to have all data is going to have their biases. It's going to have their collection issues. It may not actually mean the way that you are interpreting it. And you need to have that kind of like well-rounded understanding to see it from other angles.
Mm-hmm. What about, there is a great question from Michael. What does a good balanced team look like from a skill set perspective?
Gosh, I think that we're really right there right now. We are in such a good place right now from a balanced team perspective. Right, it's going to vary a lot based on like the how many people that you have on your team. But for me, I want people who are interested in storytelling. I want some people who are engineers. I want some people who are just like phenomenal designers. You need to be able, like, who can look at something and be like, this is something that would be completely transformed by 2 more pixels. That kind of stuff always confuses me, throws me off entirely. And then, one of my team members, Kavya, will like, she'll say 2 more pixels here. And you're like, wow, you're right. It fixed everything. You're absolutely right. So having that balance in like the actual technical skills is pretty crucial. But then there's also, like I mentioned before, general interests, educational backgrounds, looking at, again, not everybody should be a journalist or a journalism background. Everybody on my team is a journalist. I'm dead set on that. But not everybody should have a journalism background. Some should have social science backgrounds, computer science backgrounds. There's a lot of different ways that you can kind of balance out a team in those ways.
Yeah, that's great. Let's see. We have one great question from Mao. Oh, I hope I'm saying your name right. So they're pretty good at Dataviz, but they have no formal training and live in a poor country with no Dataviz jobs. How would you advise them to, I guess, get started is the question, or get a Dataviz job? Please correct me if I'm wrong, but should they just send their portfolio out widely? How would you suggest they get started to get a data journalism job?
I think, I don't know what skill level you're at when you say pretty good at Dataviz. I think if you are just starting out, my general advice would be to get really good at Data Wrapper. I think Data Wrapper is a really good way to understand how to format data, how different chart types work together, how different chart types can tell different stories. And you can do it all in this kind of like controlled, low risk environment. And it's a skill that's very, it's used pretty widely. Data Wrapper itself is used pretty widely, as well as several other products that are similar to Data Wrapper. And so being really familiar with it, being really good at it, translates well to a lot of different places, newsrooms and non-newsrooms alike.
The design looks always great when you use something like that too, right?
I think that we definitely are getting really good at hacking it. Data Wrapper is it's an incredible tool. It obviously has its limitations, but they've built in a lot of really smart ways to kind of get hacky results, and we have been finding a lot of those ways.
Right, yeah.
And that can make a Data Wrapper visual look a lot more bespoke than, there's definitely been a lot of times where we're making something in Data Wrapper and people have absolutely no idea that it was made there. It's a fantastic tool. So I would recommend that anyone who's like truly beginning, start with that, because it really will get you a lot of the foundational early knowledge that's easily translatable to a lot of different companies. As far as actually like applying to jobs, yeah, I think all you can really do is look for jobs, apply to them, make sure that they're jobs that you're actually right for. The throwing it at a wall and seeing what sticks thing, it doesn't really work. I'm not crazy about getting resumes from somebody who clearly did not actually read the job description. And I don't think any hiring manager is.
No.
Like, if you didn't read the job description, you're not going to get hired. Don't waste your time. Don't waste other people's time. Read the job description. If it's relevant to you, yeah, send out your portfolio. And if you have free time, find interesting data sets and do something with them.
Yeah, that's great. Someone else asked, I know we're talking about Data Wrapper a lot. Other tools similar to Data Wrapper. I know Flourish Studio, I guess Tableau also. I mean, it's not like quite as comparable.
Tableau's where I started.
Yeah, Tableau's great.
Tableau was kind of the product that made me decide that I needed to learn how to code, because I was like, I need to learn how to like do this on my own. But Tableau it's used by a ton of different companies, a lot of different governments. Tableau it's a useful skill to have. And then there's countless libraries that you can use in code. There's just a lot of different things out there. Yeah.
I think Data Wrapper and Flourish and Tableau are kind of the top two, or Power BI too, kind of the top ones that come to mind. It looks like more people are adding things in the chat, so that's great. I want to transition just a little bit into, let's see, we have about 8 minutes left. There's always talk, but also recently about kind of balancing aesthetic beauty and data viz. And your Dataviz team collaborates very closely with the Axios illustration team, which I love because I've done a couple projects freelance with you guys.
Right.
And having their expertise in a Dataviz project has been really cool to have. So I want to just hear from you on why did you make the decision to collaborate so closely with illustration team, or how did that come about even?
It was like that when I showed up. It was like that from the very beginning. They just started a visuals team, and then I think that the visuals team kind of segmented. But we do, our visuals team is Dataviz and illustrations. We share a working room. We share the same critique meetings. We do frequently collaborate on projects. We have one that I just assigned this morning that we're working on. But I absolutely love working with them. Not only are they all fantastic people, like truly adore every one of them, but they are so brilliant, so creative. And it's been really, really helpful for us to get the feedback from people who don't have their noses in a spreadsheet all day. Getting those kinds of edits from people who are not in Dataviz really helps you understand, how is the reader going to look at this? Is the reader going to understand this? Is this going to actually make sense to them? So we love getting edits from them. And similarly, after they've spent 2 hours pushing around pixels, they need a fresh set of eyes. And frequently we're able to go in and we're able to look at their stuff and tell them like whether this is reading the way they want it to, whether there's a certain detail that we think might help, like really make it pop. And sometimes, frankly, like maybe this illustration is inappropriate in some way, like there have definitely been times where they just like don't realize that they're showing something that they maybe did not intend. So having like those extra sets of eyes tends to be really great. But then, we do our pitches together. We like I said, we do our critiques together, and we have this kind of nasty but wonderful habit of really enabling each other with our wildest ideas. When we come up with something just completely off the wall and insane, when Will comes up with something completely off the wall and insane,
call him out.
There's always going to be somebody on the illustrations team who's like, yes, that is the best idea. I am in Photoshop right now. I'm making that. And having like this whole team of people who have the skill set to make an infinitely expanding hot dog SVG for when you have a crazy idea is just like, they're just amazing people to have on your team.
Yeah. It seems like, they have interests and skills and education that are typically different than someone who came at it from a data viz perspective. So something like layout and colors, they can offer so much more a depth of experience than a data viz person probably already has.
Our illustrators are mostly coming from like design and art backgrounds. We have a lot of artists. A lot of them are, making their own art on the side. They are definitely coming from very different backgrounds than we are.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I setting. I think another cool thing was when you guys have projects where all the visuals are together, like on the Sunday newsletter, they set an art direction for all the visuals that are going in there. So the color palette's right, like any textures that you're adding or extra embellishments. And it just makes the whole brand look very cohesive too, that a lot of people don't even think about.
For our special sends, they come up with an entire mood board. It'll have this custom color palette that we work in as well. It's absolutely brilliant. It works so well.
And why do you think that's important for a data viz team?
I think that our charts and our illustrations are pretty instantly recognizable. If you're familiar with us as a brand, if you see our charts or you see our illustrations, you're going to know it's us. And I think that that's really helpful. And the illustrations, honestly, are generally so brilliant that we get so many compliments on them. And a lot of people really continue to subscribe because they want to see the illustrations. So having that branding has been fantastic. Yeah,
it just makes a stronger package, I think.
Yeah.
What about, can you give us an example? We have a couple minutes left. An important lesson that you guys learned from a project going south, maybe recently?
I I can't think of like a very specific project that's gone south, but I think my general lessons learned would be, don't be afraid to ask for help, especially in a newsroom where people do have so many backgrounds, so many specialties. You never really know who's going to have just the exact perfect idea that will fix everything. But barring that, if you don't have like the magical solution that fixes everything, don't fall victim to the sunk cost fallacy. You're able to let it go. I think it's really, really important to look at the new skills that you developed in the meantime. I don't think that there's ever anything that my team will do where even if a story doesn't run, you're still getting something out of it. There's going to be times where I think there have been a lot of times where somebody on my team might spend more time on a project than it's really worth. But if they're actually learning a new skill set that they can take to another project in the future, okay, it's worth it now. And I think that that's really crucial. Is like, don't look at it as like, this is a thing that you failed at. Look at it as, all right, well, at least you learned Blender.
Right. Yeah. Sometimes you don't know how things are going to build on each other. It's almost like Tetris, right? Like the pieces are coming down and you place it and you don't really know what the next piece is going to be like, but it might fit in perfectly, right?
Yeah. And maybe you did maybe you got really, really great at this one tool, or maybe just in the process of doing this, you discovered like a package that is going to actually be perfect for the next project. There's always going to be something that you can actually benefit from.
Right. Okay. One last question. If you were to go back in time and you were going to start your career again, maybe even in college or even right after college, start wherever you think, what would you do in order to place yourself to become a data journalist better?
Would have taken a statistics class.
Oh
That's always been one of my big regrets. Is I really wish that I had taken statistics in college.
Yeah, it's so hard. Stats is hard. I think I got a D in stats, honestly.
In my school, because I had a journalism major, I went in and they were basically like, okay, it looks like you have a journalism major, so we're going to just dump you into the math for journalists class.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't know any better, so I went ahead and did it. And that filled my math requirements to graduate. But I was literally learning like fourth grade level math. Like they were teaching us how to do percentages.
Mm-hmm.
It was really frustratingly bad.
Yeah, you don't really realize how many pitfalls there are, right? If you just are kind of staying up on the surface.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I was doing what the advisor told me to do, and I didn't. I was just kind of like, oh, well, I'm going to be a reporter, so I guess it doesn't, it's annoying that I'm doing this awful math class, but I'm not really going to need math in my life.
Yeah, so PSA, take a stats class.
Take a stats class. I really regret not taking stats.
That's great. That's so great to know. Well, thank you so much, Danielle. We really appreciate your time and you being here and sharing so much great information with us.
Thank you so much. It was really great talking to you.
Thanks, Danielle.
All right. Bye.
Yay. It's so great to hear all about data journalism and all the things behind it. It's a really cool field and it's constantly evolving as well. So transition a little bit. We are going to welcome our next speaker, Marilia Cunha. She is a communications specialist and international relations analyst who founded Global Diplomacy. She's working on understanding the world and communicating about it and always carrying around a book and a pen. Marilia is going to be speaking live about what can data visualization learn from international relations. So I'm going to bring Marilia up. Hello, Marilia. Nice to see you.
How are you?
Welcome. So you can take it away now.
Thank you very much. Well, thanks. I was going to do that. So I hope you can see me, see the presentation and hear me well. So like Ali was saying, my talk will be about data visualization and international relations. And it's going to be briefly, so why have I chosen this topic, which is a bit different from the usual Dataviz talks. What is it in a name? A Venn diagram of both fields. And why does this discussion matter? Does it really matter? Why this topic? Well, actually, it was kind of hard for me to define the topic because I have a huge syndrome, imposter syndrome, especially because I studied so many different fields. International relations, languages, now I'm studying data visualization. I don't really consider myself a data visualization specialist, designer, or whatever we want to call ourselves. So it was a bit hard to define what topic would be interesting. And with some help of the team, I decided to actually talk about my two favorite topics, international relations and data visualization. And maybe for you, or maybe for the audience, which is mostly Dataviz audience, I imagine, these might not have so much in common, but I think they do. Especially, and this is related to this love story, my love or my interests from a very young age about the world. Especially beginning with this book, this is my book, a Portuguese edition, but it's called Children Like Me, which was a UNICEF book, or at least a collaboration with UNICEF by Barnabas and Annabelle Kindersley. And it was all about the kids all around the world, in Africa, in Latin America, in the USA, in Asia, and of course, for me, it was always very interesting to understand exactly how they live and how would they actually do the things, the normal activities, the daily activities. And it was always for me kind of a mission, or to try to understand how I could combine my love for the world, or my interest in what's happening in the world, but also communication and all the other fields that I've been studying. And that's how I created Global Diplomacy, which is a communications and multimedia production studio, which was founded by me. My motto, or the motto of the company, is really understanding the world through research, data, visual communication, and stories, trying to combine both fields, international relations and data visualization. So that is more or less the story of how I chose this topic. And what is in a name? Why start by defining the concepts of both fields? For me, it's always, and I will also continue speaking about this later on, but for me, it's always important to understand the concepts. It's also important learning by doing, but before learning, by understanding what are we talking about when we talk about X or Y. And also because whenever I studied international relations in my bachelor's and master's, and whenever I told people outside the field that I was studying that, usually the next question would be something along the lines: what is that? What does it? What is it for? What are you talking about? And just out of curiosity, I included here a print screen of the Wikipedia page, and you can see that international relations, international affairs, international studies all refer to the same thing. So it's already quite confusing, a field that has so many different names, right? But what is exactly international relations? It's basically the study of the interactions between sovereign states, which can mean studying war, studying conflict, studying diplomacy, studying foreign policy, studying defense as well, although then we can have some subfields, studying trade. So that's pretty much it. Which also happens with data and information visualization. Now that I started studying and learning more about this, and I'm also talking with colleagues and talking with friends, usually I tell them, I'm studying the data visualization. What do you think it is? And there are usually also the same questions that came before when I said I was studying, or when we talked about international relations. What is it? What is it for? So again, this has also been a huge discussion between the academics and the practitioners. But I'm going to go with the usual definition of data visualization as a graphic representation of data. Then, of course, it can be, this talk is not about that, but we can define what is infographics, what is data visualization and interactive data visualization. If it's more exploratory, explanatory, what should be the ratio between text and visuals and graphics and charts. But this is probably a discussion for another time. So, what do they have in common, international relations and data visualization? Both are considered a new fields, and you might wonder why I put new fields like this, and I will explain shortly. There are plenty of discussions if they should be an autonomous field or not, and also, are they Eurocentric or US based? Both of them. No. How does this work? Something is not working. Can you see my next slide? Well, not exactly sure what's happening. Ali, can you maybe give me, or Duncan?
Do you want to try and load up the slides again?
I'm sharing my, or maybe I'll stop sharing and because
let's see
I'm
if that works.
it, I think I lost my connection for a while. Okay. Very good.
I can see and hear you now, and so don't worry.
Okay, I think you can see it now. Yes. What slide?
There we go. Which slide were you on?
What do they have in common? Can you see it? Oh.
Before this, I'll let you control it.
Yes, please. But I'm not exactly sure. Okay, I'll do it like this instead. There is not. If there wasn't technical problems in the talk, of course. So yeah, here we are. So about the field, the new fields. International relations, ER for abbreviation, was already studied in antiquity by Thucydides, and of course you have a long history of international relations topics. In case you are interested, I'll also not go into a lot of detail. However, it was only recognized as a field in 1990, a bit before the First World War. Or sorry, a bit after the First World War. Which is also the same as in data visualization. Usually, there is also some different interpretations, but first, usually it is believed that the first visual representation was done in 1644 by this astronomer, Michael van Langren, and you can see the visualization there, which was, again, this could have been a table, this could have been written in text, but he decided to have a graphical representation of the distances between Toledo, a city in Spain, and Rome, a city in Italy. And of course, we have, again, for a new field, we have several very well-known scientists, Playfair, Snow, Minard, Nightingale, since 1821 until 1855, so not necessarily a new field. I put here some of the examples, but of course, I'm pretty sure that being a DataViz audience, you are all very much familiar with this. So I'm not going to go into detail also, but of course, if you have any questions or if you want to add some information, just let me know in the chat. So you see that, okay, Playfair invented a series of charts. John Snow, to overcome the problem of cholera, also decided to have a visual representation of the streets to help public authorities deal with this situation. Charles Minard also shown in a graphic way the losses of the army, the French army during the Russian campaign, and Florence Nightingale also to solve a problem of the cases of mortality and also to improve the health conditions or the sanitary conditions, also created this chart. So all charts and ideas of how to solve a specific problem and also to understand how this could be done. So not new after all. Like international relations. Both are also considered to be an autonomous field for a very long time. However, for people outside the field, both in international relations and data visualization, believe that maybe international relations could come from political science instead, or be linked to economics or law, the same as data visualization. Sometimes it's seen as communications related, sometimes design, sometimes data science, statistics, or analytics. So also, for some people, not very clear exactly where it come from, where it should come from. Or I believe that both are autonomous fields and both are multidisciplinary fields as well that have that interact and have topics of interest from all these fields as well. Is it European and US centric? Well, yes and no. I'm going to expand a bit later. Exactly because this is a topic that we can both learn, both fields can learn from each other. And this is important also that Danielle was mentioning in the previous keynote speech. Both can learn how to be global, and both can learn how to better understand the world. Because in fact, neither of the fields are ER and Dataviz are truly global disciplines yet. There is a bit of a focus on the global north. There is a bit of a focus on USA examples or on Anglophone examples. However, especially in the data visualization field, there is already a couple of examples that are more or less trying to tackle this problem. For example, Continentalist Studio in Singapore, Indian Pixels, a very interesting Dataviz project that shows, well, exactly India in different charts. Interruptor, which is a Portuguese project that shows a bit the cultural aspect in Portugal, but through the prism of data journalism. And also Dataviz in Brazil, a huge project that showcases the huge community and examples that have been that are being done in Brazil. However, like I said, we still have to overcome the tendency to be biased and to better understand the world, providing more context of what exactly we are talking about, diversifying the data sets and the research. There are a lot of missing data sets. This was briefly discussed as well by Danielle. I know that one of the talks is going to address that. We have, for example, the book Data Feminism, which both authors also talk about the missing data sets about women and feminicide, for example. So it's important to diversify, and it's also important to engage with information and research from the global south, not only the global north, which is something that should happen both in the international relations world, but also the Dataviz field. But you might wonder, but does this really matter? Isn't it quite obvious? Well, yes, it is. But again, I think it's important to define concepts. Academics and practitioners have different opinions on literature. For academics, it's usually more important to define concepts and to study. Some people really study the history of the field and the concepts in the field, which I think are important. However, for practitioners, that's not really the case, so we should not be carried away by never-ending discussions. However, I believe that what is most important and what I would like for you to take from this talk is, as a community of Dataviz people, we should try to give space and resources to new voices, like Elevate is doing, like I know that Data Visualization Society is also trying to do, and try as well to adapt and adjust to the different contexts and realities, not only providing the same examples or the same type of ideas and data sets for the data visualization. As well, I mentioned a couple of resources which I can then share if needed, and that's mostly it for me. I leave you here my contacts and my information. And that's mostly it. So what I would like for you to take is mostly this. Let's try to promote more global interactions between and also interactions with other fields as practitioners. Thank you.
Woo! Well done, Marilia. That was fantastic. Thank you so much. The problem with online conferences is you don't get actual proper applause and whooping. So I was trying to do my best there to replicate the experience. It's not quite the same, but I did what I could. Okay.
We have very applauded.
Good. So we have a couple of quick questions for you. The first one I wanted to ask is to kind of like bring it down to your personal experience working in both of these fields. Is there something that you have learned personally working in international relations that has made you a better data visualization designer?
really the importance of providing context and the importance of knowing that the story that we tell is not always the full story. It's impossible to tell the full story. First, because we are biased. The data set might not be, it's one approach. And the same for international relations. For example, studying the war, now the Russia-Ukraine war, it's impossible in a 15-minute talk to talk about everything that's going on, all the context. The same with the data story that we are providing. It's important to tell in some way that this is our approach, this is our view, and this is pretty much, it will always be biased because we are all biased. And that's not a problem per se, it's just that we need to address it from that point of view, that it is biased and there might be another approach. And I think that's basically what I tried also to convey in the talk.
Fantastic. And can you tell us a little bit about the Portuguese data viz scene for those of us who aren't so familiar with it? How big is it? Who are some of your favorite Portuguese data designers? I know you mentioned Interrupter earlier. Are there any others as well?
So there are a couple of, there is not, I wouldn't say a huge community, a small community, but very, very much active. And there is Data Visualization Lisboa, which is a meetup group. They, I think actually you, Duncan, were already.
Yeah, I came and spoke about loud numbers there.
Yes. Jorge Camões is, I believe it's a very famous data viz professional, very, very active on Twitter. And this Interruptor and some other well-known practitioners consider themselves more as data journalists. Again, they don't brand themselves so much as data visualization, whatever. They are more in the data journalism field. So I would say that we have a small community, very much integrated with data science analysts as well. However, it's not yet very clear. People brand themselves differently, so maybe they don't feel as a community as a whole, although I would consider them to be.
Fantastic. All right. I think we'll leave it there for today. Really appreciate your time. Your talk was wonderful. You were fantastic. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Duncan, and thank you for the opportunity. Bye-bye.
All right. So the next person we are bringing up on stage today is going to be Tristan Guillevin. That's my best French accent. I apologize to Gabby and every other French person watching. Especially, I apologize to Tristan. But that was my best bet. And he's going to be talking to us about the Forever Beginner's Path. Tristan is a data visualization freelancer and a Tableau expert based in Rotterdam. So I'm now going to load up his pre-recorded talk about the Forever Beginner's Path. Give me just a moment to find it. All good. Here we go. Let's see if this works.
Thank you for joining us today. And also thanks to all the Elevate team who put this together. And also a big thank you for all the speakers who spoke before me and will speak after. And let's get started. So today I'm going to talk about the Forever Beginner's Path. My name is Tristan Guillevin and you can find me online everywhere at La Dataviz. Currently I'm working as a data visualization freelance, but in my beginning in my field in the data world, it was in 2014. I was using SAP Business Object to do my dashboard. So not the funniest tool, but it was a beginning, right? A year later, I was working as an analytics consultant using mostly Tableau. One of my missions, and I can show you that because it's available on Tableau Public, was to work with the Council of Europe. And our goal was to reproduce this book, The Efficiency and Quality of Justice, which was a book that was containing a lot of information about the European judicial system, and they convert the book in Tableau visualization. So just to show you some example, we made some tables for the journalists to be able to find really precise figures. We made bar charts to be able to compare the different countries, and of course map to see the geographical information of those countries, right? And that is just really a small example, but in almost all my work with client and every time you work in the business area, what you will create is like bar chart, line chart, maps, and tables, right? But for a really good reason. those are really efficient type of chart. They serve a good purpose. Everyone knows them, so they are easy to understand. They are really good charts. So there is a good way, a good reason that we are using them. But personally, I wanted to be a bit more creative. I wanted to express that. And I started to experiment on Tableau Public, so sharing my work, and on subject that I liked. So for example, I made this dashboard about beer consumption in Europe. And instead of standard bar chart, I used those kind of glass of beer with a tap beer to represent which country was drinking more beer. Another example was this visualization about the forest cover, the biodiversity, endangered species, things like that. And I wanted for you to feel like you were inside a jungle, maybe lost in the rainforest. Hence this kind of look. Another example was this one, which seemed much more clean, much more simple, but I experimented with animation to show the housing market crash in the US. So this time it was really the animation that was the center of my creativity, let's say. But in all the example that I just showed you, it was still just bar chart, line chart, maps, and table. Nothing new, nothing, no new type of chart. And I think the reason why was because of my Dataviz process. See, I was using Tableau for everything, from data exploration to sketching to UI to development and publishing. And I think that was my main issue. And if I'm honest with you, it was looking more like this. So data exploration and publishing were like clear in my mind, but the entire process of creating something in the middle was a bit of a mess. So I was really thinking, no, I need to be a beginner again in some way. I need to learn a new tool. I need to learn new tools to allow me to do my job better. So starting from this, I thought, okay, maybe I should learn Power BI and ClickView, and I call that the BI Expert Edition, right? Because you are not really solving anything in your process of creating. You are just adding more tools that kind of are doing the same thing. Yes, people fight over those tools, but in the end, they serve the same purpose. They achieve the same goals. Another thing that I was thinking about was to maybe not focus on data viz anymore, but try to see the data process as a whole. So seeing data engineering tools, data science tool, and keep my messy data visualization process. So I had to choose between those two paths, but to be honest, none of them convinced me. That's why I choose to become a data visualization freelance and focus on my own path, my beginner's path. What do I want to learn? And the first tool I decided to learn was D3, because I was seeing all the cool things that people were doing with D3 on Twitter, and I wanted to do the same. And as you can see, it's not a bar chart or a line chart, it's a network graph. As soon as I was using a new tool, I had new ideas and new way to represent data. This visualization showed the interaction between people on Twitter during a conference. And I did it using D3 and I published it on Netlify, but I was thinking, what if I combine D3 and Tableau? So I recreated the same visualization, the same dashboard in Tableau. And what struck me was how easy it was to do all the interaction and the UI in Tableau compared to do it on the web with HTML, JavaScript, and CSS. So I could really easily click on a point and use the action to highlight the point, highlight the lines, and change the UI. So I was really happy about using D3 to generate the viz and using Tableau to assemble it and to create the interaction. In another project, I used the same principle. I used D3 to create a Voronoi tree map showing the percentage of line cover in OECD countries. And using Tableau, I was able to use, for example, parameter to change the sort option and sort the countries with the one with the more tree covering. I could also click on an element and highlight the rest. So all the interaction, all the UI, all the sorting, filtering, and using parameters was really easy to do in Tableau. And D3 was really here to create that visualization that Tableau cannot create. I wanted to give the opportunity for the people to create their own Voronoi tree map in Tableau using Observable. And I saw that Will already had an observable notebook with a Voronoi tree map. So I was able to use that as a base. So by forking his notebook to have a base to create my tool. And the tool was really easy to use. You just input your CSV, you choose the shape, and you were able to generate your own tree map with your data and put it in Tableau. A lot of people use it, even Duncan from a recommendation from Alli. So I was really happy with that project and be able to share and to see that a lot of people were using this tool. Later, I made a new project in collaboration with Yvette Kovac, and this one was using D3 and RoughJS to have the circle packing and also the hand-drawn effect. And same principle, Tableau was there to allow us to do the interaction and assemble the UI. In this example, showing the percentage of women participants in the Olympics, I use Procreate, so a new tool. And actually, I learned that Procreate was not the best tool to use to do these kind of things, but that's also a good thing. I learned when to use it, when not to use it. In another project, I wanted to show the collaboration between Latin music artists. So again, I used D3 to create the network graph, but I also used Figma to build the UI and to prototype into what look do I want to give to my dashboard. And it was really efficient for me to do that first in Figma and then do the final development in Tableau. And of course, Tableau was again used to do all the interaction, being able to click on an artist and follow the artist in the rest of the dashboard. I think if I wanted to do that only using web, I would have spent a long time. And also, if I didn't use Figma, I would have to iterate a lot in Tableau, which is also not the best. In my most recent project, which is an analysis of the sci-fi movies from the 80s, I use Photoshop, D3, Figma, Procreate, and Tableau. And I will show you the process in a moment. It's also a long visualization, and it also uses really a lot of different elements. You can click on a movie and see the movie. This is my path, and this is why I'm convinced that you should have a forever beginner's path. You should always try to find new tools to open your mind, new ways to represent information. So I went from this process, this messy process, to doing the data exploration in Tableau, doing most of my sketching in Procreate, building the UI with a combination of Figma, but also a bit of Photoshop and Procreate when I need it, do the development of using Tableau for the interaction and D3 for most of the difficult visualization that Tableau cannot create. And I publish my work either on Tableau Public or Netlify or on Observable if I want to share it. So if I take this dashboard as an example again, here's the process. So first, doing all the data exploration in Tableau to find out what is in my data to just get a grasp of the content of my dataset. Then using Procreate to kind of sketch what kind of look do I want, play with the color, play with the shape, just putting my ideas and just drawing it, basically. Then with D3, generate the visualization that Tableau cannot do, so the more difficult stuff, right? Network graph, iterating to trying to find the best way to represent this network. And in this case, it was a network, but it can be any type of visualization that is a bit more difficult. And then in Figma, that's where I start to prototype with all my different things. So I had the layout, I had the network, I had the standard charts, trying to put those things together, right? So I iterated with the color, I iterated with the title, with the different layout, with the font, with the shapes. I had this kind of ideas for a title. I iterated with the legend until reaching the final piece that made me happy. And I was like, okay, this is what I want to build. So Photoshop was used to create the neon style title. And Tableau was used to create the final piece, to assemble all the elements, all the different things that were coming from Figma, from Photoshop, from D3, and build the interaction on top. Finally, I published it on Tableau Public, and my entire process from Tableau to Tableau again, but passing through Procreate, Figma, Photoshop, D3. So what I wanted to say is like, try to always be a beginner. Try to always have this mindset of trying to find new ways to learn new things and see how you can combine them together. And really, you will really enjoy the process. For example, recently, I always thought that I was not able to do anything in the web. I was not a web developer, but I learned to use Webflow and in combination with Figma and D3, and I was able to build my personal freelance website. And who knows, in my database process, now I am getting new ideas of how to use Webflow, maybe for the development part or the publishing part. 2 weeks ago, I went to the I/O Festival and I went to a workshop with Stephanie Posavec, and we made visualization using only charcoal and a white paper, right? I never used those kind of tools to do visualization, and it forced me to rewire my brain, think about new ways, think about new ideas. And again, maybe in my process tomorrow, I will also use pen and paper to do the sketching or to incorporate some element in my visualization. So every time that I'm learning something new, I get new ideas, I see new ways to combine tools. So I said it already, I will say it again, try to always have this beginner mindset. Try to always be a beginner in some way. Because of course, in my job, if you want to progress and as a freelance, I cannot sell myself as a beginner. But really having this mindset and having always new tools in mind and new ideas makes me a better data visualization freelance, for sure. I was able to go from like this messy process to something much more clear, much more defined. And even in the way I communicate, I'm not saying that Tableau is the best or that CSS is hard or that I cannot draw or it will take weeks to produce that in D3. Now I'm really saying, yeah, I think the best tool for your need is this. Or tell me more about your tool. Or what if I combine this and that? What will that create? Or yeah, just much more positive, much more open to learn new things. And I hope you see the value in that. So a few months ago, I joined the Elevate community, and they really don't ask us to say anything about that. It's really me who wanted to continue to share my point of view, my path. And part of the Elevate community, there are people who are doing P5, and actually we have a creative coding challenge. So I was able to create this in P5, which is really nothing extraordinary, but for me it was really new that I was able to generate something with no data, that there is no data behind it. On Elevate there is also a community of people using Svelte and D3, so that was really interesting because I hear about that tool a lot. So who knows, maybe in the future my process will integrate some art part with P5, or maybe I will start to use Svelte part of my development. I don't know. The only thing I know is that I want to continue in that beginner's path. I want to always be a beginner in some way and keep my mind open about anything new that can arrive, any new development in that field. So thank you a lot for listening. I hope you enjoyed the talk. I'm probably here for some questions, so if you want to ask me anything, now is the time. I will not be in the same place. So yeah, talk to you soon. Hello. I don't know if I cannot hear you. Or if...
We can hear you.
Okay. Yes, okay, I can hear you too now.
Thanks so much for your talk. I loved
yes,
the beginner's mindset.
Yeah, well, I think it was my way to and continue enjoying my work, right? And to not feel like at some point I feel that sometimes people kind of, they have like this moment when they are like doing a lot and then they disappear, maybe because they are like bored by what they are doing. And like, I'm sure like if I was continuing to do just Tableau all the time and just focusing on one tool, I would get bored too. I would be like, okay, well, it's more of the same. And it's always my way to find inspiration and to be like, yeah, okay, I think I enjoy these new things. It's always fun to discover.
Yes. So a question that we had live is that people, of course, want to know how you learn D3. And in the Elevate community, Will had put together this really great resource of a D3 learning path with different resources to put together. But as you walk us through the forest, can you tell us a little bit about how you personally learned D3? Any particular resources that were helpful?
Yes, of course. I think, well, the thing I noticed is it's something that evolves a lot. So recently I shared like an article on Twitter about combining D3 and Svelte, because I was convinced that it was probably a new good way to do it. Personally, I learned it with Amelia's book, Amelia Wattenberger. I don't know if I pronounce it correctly. It's called Full Stack D3, so you can find it also really easily. You search like Full Stack D3 Amelia, and you will find it. In that book, she's teaching really like the traditional D3, and also how to combine D3 and React. And for having done, I did a bit of D3 and React, and I'm not convinced that is the best way anymore. Like I know some people are still doing React D3 a lot. To just have barely touched the Svelte D3, I find it a better approach. So in that world that is constantly evolving and having new tools, I think is also interesting for people that they are searching what is the current thing, what is the good thing right now. So
yeah, I've heard Amelia's book is really great from a lot of other people as well. I don't know if this is something that's easily explainable over a short Q&A, but how do you, someone asked, how do you embed a D3 chart in Tableau?
Yes, so D3, well, from my knowledge, right, or the way I've used D3, I was always generating SVG, right? In your browser, it creates SVG that is circle or shapes or stuff like it's SVG. And a way that you can convert there is a way that you can convert in JavaScript SVG into a polygon. So you just basically plot every a lot of small points that make the shape of the SVG, and then basically a Voronoi chart will be just like a huge CSV with a lot of polygons. So just saying, okay, this part has X and Y, and really the main rule in Tableau is you can do anything in Tableau as long as you have like a X, Y coordinate and a path. You just create polygons. So you just convert SVG into polygon, and then Tableau can understand the polygon. The only big drawback is the data cannot change, because you will have to then regenerate the CSV containing the polygon data and re-inject that into Tableau. I have not find a way to make that, of course, automatic. So yeah, but for static visualization, that's what I'm mostly sharing on Tableau Public, is just converting SVG to polygon. So
got it.
As long as you can do that, you can do whatever you want.
Yeah, that's really cool. Some people have been very interested also, as you as a freelancer. Can you think back on how either you got your first client or kind of what you do in order to get clients now?
Yes. I think it's mostly sharing. You share what you do. Yeah, publicly. Yes. Since I started in the consulting world, like in 2015, I started my Tableau Public portfolio, and I was sharing what I was doing, sharing my viz, sharing on blogs, sharing in a lot of different ways. And I think that's how people start to see that you are producing work that they like, that you are just being there, just showing what you do. And then I think the question was also like, how do you find what I want to say is always try to do good work, right? Always try to produce something that always be nice, always be good, because I had some of my very first clients when I started in 2014, that suddenly 7 years later, when I passed through other companies and other things, they were like, hey, we really appreciated when we worked together 7 years ago. Now we have some new needs. Are you still a consultant? Can we work with you? And I was like, well, not in the same company. I'm a freelance now, but I would be happy to work with you. So if you always try to do good work, I have the feeling that in the future, this will come to fruition. I don't know if that's a word.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. So you just plant seeds by doing good stuff, and at some point people hopefully reach out. And of course, I think you need to be a bit lucky in some way. You can try to force that, but also, being in France, being in Europe, help and stuff like that is probably also more difficult for people who don't have the same opportunities. So yeah, but yeah, I think really the key is to always try to do things and show what you can do. Show what you can do. People will see it, and people will like what you do. Not everyone will like what you do, but some will. And
yeah, it takes time. You have to share consistently. But
exactly,
I mean,
yes.
you sharing publicly, that's how I found you and interviewed you on my podcast a couple years ago. So you just got to keep sharing.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, I think that's the key, and not being afraid of what you share, because you start with something. Like, I still have my very first Tableau Public visualization that I did like in 2015. It's not up to date. It's not nice anymore, but it's still there, and it shows progression. So do not be afraid to share anything, even if you are at your beginning.
Right. We all start at the beginning, right?
Exactly.
Well, thanks so much, Tristan. It was so nice to get a quick Q&A with you, and we really appreciated your talk.
Yes. Thank you. If you have any other question, I will look at the chat, and otherwise you can reach out on Twitter, on any other place, right?
Yep.
Thank you a lot for the invitation. Sorry that I was not able to do the talk live, but yeah, I was able to test my setup of like having a mic and everything. It was funny also. It was a lot of work, more than I expected. Yeah. Now I'm like, I see the amount of work that you need to put to create like a 15-minute video.
Yeah, I know. It's a lot, right?
Yes.
All right. Thanks, Tristan.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Wow, thank you. Okay, so we are moving on to a short break. We have 10 minutes, and then we'll be back after our 10-minute break with Julian Hernandez, who will be speaking about how to use design thinking in dashboard creation. I'm so excited for this one. Very interested to hear what Julian has to say. So we will be back in 10 minutes. Bye, everyone. Welcome. We're back. All right, we're back live. Our next speaker is Julian Hernandez. He is an information designer and has been working for over 5 years in Colombia to help companies create great Dataviz solutions to their analytics problems. And outside of work, he loves sketching and Pimi, his pet rabbit. I love that. And here he is speaking live about how to use design thinking in dashboard creation. Welcome, Julian.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
Good to see you.
How is everyone? Can everyone hear me?
Yes, you sound great.
Okay, perfect. Then let me, here. Okay, I'll share my screen quite quickly. Thank you. Okay, yeah, I'm very happy to be here. Thank you for having me. I've been watching the conference. It's going great. Thank you so much for everything. So here, I'm Julian. As Alli just mentioned, a little bit about me. Yes, I'm based in Colombia. It's a beautiful place. Like if you want to visit or want some like tips after the show, you can write to me. It's very beautiful. I have 5 years of experience in data visualization. My first 3 were more akin to data journalism, and the first 2 are more, and the last 2 are more on the business side of things. And lastly, I have a background in UX design. So that was like all of those practices of UX design were really ingrained into me for like some long 5 years. So that's that. But then let's start with the topic of this talk, which is how can we use design thinking into dashboard creation, or how can we really make use of this framework to help us really make more usable and better dashboards? Well, first of all, like, what is design thinking? Design thinking, the important part is that it's a process. It's a process in which you seek to validate your ideas or like the issues your users are going to have. You really like empathize with them, you connect with them, interview them, and you challenge your assumptions, and then you go out to create a solution that you can prototype and test. It was very popular, like it was everywhere 10 years ago. You will hear it like in your soup. It was like, hey, this company is using design thinking, that company is using design thinking. Now it's kind of the standard, and it has these 5 steps, which are empathize, which is basically you go out, meet your users, meet the people that are going to be working with your dashboard in this case, and get to know what do they need. Then you define like what are the issues, what are the problems they are facing, and you ideate a solution, which is the next stage. Like, okay, this is going to be a dashboard that is going to be presented in X or Y way, and it's going to have like this and that characteristics. Finally, you go to the next step, which is prototype. You go and you make a version of your dashboard, maybe in paper, maybe in other prototyping tool, and you finally go out and test it in the wild or test it with your users, see how they react, and if needed, you start over again, questioning your assumptions, defining maybe a better setup of frameworks or solutions, ideating a new like correction or adapting your dashboard, prototyping that, and testing it again. I think most of us here like have an understanding of what is a dashboard, but again, like, what is a dashboard? A dashboard, for me, it's a user interface designed to allow users to engage and explore datasets easily to find answers to their needs. It's not needed, for example, for it to have many graphs or like to be extremely complex. It's just an interface designed to allow people to get information they need and to get the answers they are requiring. For example, I really like the dashboards from the New York Times for tracking the coronavirus. They are simple. They give you very detailed information, like are cases up, are cases down, how many people are vaccinated in your area. And I couldn't include like the whole dashboard, but they have pictures of like the hotspots in your area and some text on the right with latest trends. As you can see, this dashboard is very simple, but it works for what it's trying to do, which is to answer for people that don't have maybe that big of a data visualization knowledge, if the cases in their area are rising, falling, and how is all of that trending. And now, like maybe the important part, like this comic is by now already like a bit old. It's from 2019, and it's like a person showing like this new dashboard that the company did, and it has all the KPIs and all the metrics. But in the last panel, the person says like, hey, it seems like even though we are tracking all of these things and we have this dashboard with all of this information, it is now like we can't understand it, it's overloaded. So why do dashboards fail? For me, there are the three main reasons. A variable overload. You want to put everything like in the dashboard. It's like for example, a child with a new toy. You want to play with it and put everything you can and just engage with it. But when you and that ends with a dashboard that is really filled with information and it's nothing is being highlighted. Everything is just screaming for attention, so that you don't give attention to anything. And the second one is lack of focus. That is, for example, a dashboard that is meant to be, for example, a sales dashboard, but it's starting to include information from other areas as well. So it becomes not really that useful, which is also like the undefined goals and priorities. I'm going to move a little bit faster. But then, how can we fix that? Well, here is when we start using the design thinking part. We move into what we're going to group into the planning section, which is empathize and define. This is mainly like asking questions. So you have to understand the data. That's like a given. To really make anything working with data, you have to understand the data you're working with first, and then get to know your users, stakeholders. How can you do that? By making sure you know these 3 points: the pain points and wants of your users, your goals, their goals and expectations for this project, and the limitations. So some questions that are really important to ask when working through this process is, what questions do you want this dashboard to answer? Usually when you ask this in a meeting or something, they will give you a very long list, and then comes the second question, like which ones are the priorities? Like it's not the same, for example, to know are we getting enough sales to turn a profit? Is District A selling enough? One has a priority, and maybe the second one is important, but it's less important, so you can not like stash it in a corner, but give it less relevance. With what purpose the dashboard is going to be used? I have found that most dashboards are used for 3 reasons: to analyze, for analysts to work on their day-to-day to see what trends or patterns are emerging from the data; to align, to, for example, have it in a team meeting and see how is the effort of the team coming up; or to present, for a manager or something, to go to the directives and say, hey, we're doing great. You see all these numbers are trending up, or hey, we're not doing that great. We might need an extra help in this area. The other one is also important because it gives you an idea. Like if there is a current solution, what is wrong with it? Why it's not working anymore? So you have like a floor to stand up and see how can you improve on what's already out there. Goals and expectations, like what are you searching with this dashboard? And this is very important because most of the time, dashboards are developed without this in mind. Like, what would it take for you to consider this dashboard a success? Like, oh, I want to have a lot of users. Like, I want our sales force to check this dashboard at least daily. So the number of daily views, of unique daily views that this dashboard has might be a good way to track its success. If you, for example, want to track analyst performance, you can go and say like maybe a little bit more of a qualitative data, like you go and interview the analyst and you say, what's your experience, your current experience working with data? And then after you do the dashboard, like do the same process again and see if there has been an improvement, maybe do some surveys, etc. And finally, we have the limitation. Who is the end user? What knowledge of analytics database metrics do they have? And again, understanding the data. The data is a very hard limitation, like how much information do we have? Is it updated daily? Is it updated monthly? And the first one is more of a term of data literacy. So do your users are experts, can read any kind of chart you throw at them, or they are maybe not as data literate and you need to use the basic type of charts like bar charts, line charts, etc. It's very important also to have this in mind, because if you start to throw, I don't know, Sankey's to people that only deal with scatter plots and bar charts, you are very open to miscommunicating. So here you have two solutions. One is to educate your client or your teammates, and the second one is just to adapt to their current data literacy level. So to summarize this part, that it's very important to listen intently, to take notes during all of these questions and to the answers all of these questions and these meetings. Ask questions, and then when you have the answer, if you have any doubt, ask them again. Like, you can be a little bit bothersome, but it's worth it. Like, getting this on paper, getting this like clear on your mind will help you develop something better. The second part is prototyping, in which I group the ideate and prototype sections. Here, the main idea is to gather everything you already did, like all of this planning and all of this information, and then create a mock-up of your idea. So, for example, here I recommend to start when you're first starting your mock-up in pen and paper. Then, why? Because it gives you a lot of freedom to create. If you can see here, for example, I was thinking about like this. This answers the question 1 and 2 that the client had or had. This one answered the question 3 and 4. This one answered the 5 and 6. Which filters do I need to use? Like a little bit of the thought process, like what's popular? Do we think that sales means popular, etc.? And some of the different like graph types that I was exploring for example, this set of questions. This could be your first way to get your idea to paper and then iterate. Then we have, then we have Figma, that I think that's like got cut, which is a very, very strong tool for prototyping. It helps you get your ideas out in a more clean way and concise way. I recommend it over the other tools that we're going to see. And this helps you to get your dashboard in a more presentable way, because most clients, most people usually are not that comfortable with a paper sketch. So when you show it in Figma, at least if they are just squares and things like that, like different squares with maybe a bar chart that is just rectangles, etc. not using real data at least helps them visualize what the end product is going to see and give feedback a little bit easier. Finally, there are other tools like InVision, Sketch, Balsamiq, or Adobe XD, which are great for this kind of process. And finally, like when you start prototyping, it's also at this moment that it's a good idea to validate your idea. So as your teammates for feedback, as your stakeholders, your teammates can give you, for example, more design database related advice or feedback. Your stakeholders might say like, hey, this is not what we need. This is too focused perhaps on analysis, or this is not as clear enough as we thought it would be, and correct. You do this before the next step, which is like validate or develop, because when you're working with Figma and with paper, the cost of change is extremely low. But when you start touching software like Tableau, like D3 or things like that, the cost of changing or doing something else is like skyrocket. So it's important to, when you're validating your idea, to focus on the big picture first, like not focus on, which colors do I need to change? Is this font good? Etc. But is this graph helping you? Do you understand this graph? Do you understand what it's trying to say? Are the filters that I have included, the ones that you were thinking about, are they good enough? Do you need some perhaps extra information, a table? Are the KPIs clear enough? Do we need to set like more of this base stuff and not details like color, like font choice, because those are important, yes. But when you're designing the dashboard, the first part that you want to make sure that you have like set before moving to iterating on colors and on those things is a structure. First, you validate structure, then you validate color and font. Another very useful way to really check if your dashboard is useful is to hand them your prototype and to see them use it. For example, to see if they engage with it as you thought they will engage with it, if they are successful, if they perhaps have issues finding something that you thought was easy to find, etc. And again, it's very important to run your idea, run your prototype by your teammates and stakeholders. This will give you, like when you do it before this next step, it gives you time to change, which is what we have here, which is the work on the project, get feedback, blank changes, rewind, and try again. This is this is the basic of design thinking, is the idea to not overcommit to a solution before testing it, validating it, starting again. So during this step, during the prototyping step, is the summary is first get ideas out of your head. Do not be afraid to sketch. Do not be afraid of using prototyping tools as Figma or the other ones we presented. Show your work. Do not be afraid of feedback. Like show your work as much as you can to like anyone that would listen. Start with structure, with simple, and then build up to complex. Like start with boxes, and maybe here you go like chart, filter, and then start adding, like for example, the real text, the real graph, etc. That way you can validate things like a structure first, and then things like chart choice, color, fonts later. And too much of a good thing, I personally think in the real world, like 2-3 sessions or 2-3 rounds of iteration is quite a lot. Most of the time that's the amount I do like on my day-to-day work. More than 2 or 3, I don't think it's that viable because they're like time scheduled. It's very hard, so you really have to make those 2 to 3 sessions count to make them real useful. And then when you validate that prototype and everyone has given like the okay, you move to the next part, which is like validate. You develop your idea and you go back to the first part in which you ask what was the goal of this dashboard, what were the success conditions that you need to classify it as successful, and you set and you start to see if these conditions were met. So for example, at work we have a tool, Tableau server, that allows us to see how many people are seeing the dashboard, what are, for example, the trends, who is seeing the dashboard. So if my goal were, for example, to see if directives are using the dashboard on their decision-making plans, if I see the directives using the dashboard fairly often, like at least once a week, I might say this dashboard was a success. If I want to see like if all the Salesforce is using the dashboard, I might say if 75% of the Salesforce is using this dashboard monthly at least once, I will classify it as a success. It's really important on the first steps to really set those conditions in stone. So then when it's time to see if your dashboard was successful, you can very like clearly say, yes, my dashboard was successful, and congratulations, you have now a successful dashboard that is being shared by its users, or no. And then you have to go back to the planning stage, try again, and do better. So go back, check your assumptions that maybe you got through the planning stage, through the interviews, check what maybe was not aligning with reality, correct those assumptions, and start the whole process, like the mock-ups, the prototyping, the developing, and then again, validate your idea. So during this process, it's important to develop your prototype, which I really simplified it on this presentation because the idea was the design thinking process itself, but it's very, very important. Like to do this project on Tableau, on D3 is not easy, but then develop your prototype into the end product, check the goals, check if they were met, do they meet expectations, and if not, rewind or maybe celebrate. And as I was mentioning, this is very like theoretical. I have used this approach in my work a bunch of times. Usually, as I mentioned, you have to set a limit for the number of iterations that you're willing to do and that your company is willing to take, because it will be ideal to iterate forever, but usually you can't iterate forever. So around 2 or 3 iterations is ideal. And to really commit to this idea of the dashboard is not really done. It's always in the process of like needing changes or like needing things to be adapted to it, etc. So work with that in mind, work with the idea that even though, like, for example, you finish a dashboard now, it will need to be adapted, and you would need to check with your users like a couple of months later to see if it's working correctly, and start, for example, the process again. And that's it. Thank you very much. And I'm open for like the Q&A.
Woo! Thank you so much. That was wonderful. Really, really enjoyed that. Thank you so much for giving that talk today. We're a little bit behind schedule, so I'm just going to ask one question. In fact, I'm not even going to ask it. It was Gabby's question, so I'm going to bring Gabby up. Here she is. Hi, Gabby.
Magic. Hi. Thank you, Julian. That was really awesome. Thank you so much. I had one question at the feedback level when you're getting the feedback on the prototypes and all those moments. What happens? I think in the people you ask feedback, you're like the client, but also your teammates. But what happens if you don't have teammates? If you're working solo as a freelancer or independent contractor, what would you recommend for one of those situations? Like who should I ask feedback to?
Like it depends. For example, usually at my work, I have very talented people that are not database experts, but when I can, for example, when I have a doubt in fonts, colors, they are not the people that I would go to help. sometimes my significant other is a designer, so I would go like, hey, does this look good to you? And she goes like, no, or yes, that looks great, or hey, I think that green is a little bit, I don't know, like too green. So it's not necessarily like just sometimes getting somebody else's opinion on something you're working is eye-opening enough. Like if you don't have teammates, maybe if you're working alongside with somebody in a co-working or something like that, or if you have a family member nearby that you can show maybe a version without live data or something like that, it's good enough in those cases. Ideally, like, it would be like teammates or people that know like the context of the project, but if that's not possible, that's good enough.
Fantastic. Thanks so much. All right. Then it is time for our next speaker, though. Before we do, I'm going to give you a quick reminder of where we are on the lineup. We're running about 10, 15 minutes behind. So our next speaker is going to be Silvia Hüttner. Silvia is an Austrian biotechnologist living in Sweden. She likes to collect and visualize data, both in her job as a researcher as well as in her free time. And it's one of her free time projects that she's going to be sharing with us today. So let me bring the video up. This is a pre-recorded talk, but then there will be a live Q&A afterwards. So if you have any questions at all, then drop them in the chat. And just to emphasize, I've mentioned this in the chat a couple of times already, that if you are worried about missing something, if you need to go off for lunch, all of this stuff is being recorded. You can just rewind the live video, or you can just come back at a later time and watch it all. And we'll also be putting up individual talks on YouTube, hopefully later this week. No promises. Soon. Let's just say soon, right? Okay. I will play Silvia's talk. Enjoy, and we'll see you soon.
Hello everyone, my name is Silvia Hüttner, and I would like to present a project that I did about exploring and visualizing the streets of Gothenburg. So a few years ago I moved from Austria, where I'm originally from, to Sweden. Streets in Vienna are mostly named after people, for example emperors and princesses, composers, authors, scientists, politicians and so on. And I noticed that was not the case in Gothenburg, where I moved to. Gothenburg is Sweden's second biggest city and located on the west coast. And in Gothenburg there were loads of, to me, funny and unusual street names. For example, I found a picture radio street and a butter street. And I just started to learn Swedish, so it was really fun to walk around and translate all these street names. So I found, for example, a trumpet street and a tomato street and a telescope street. And one friend of mine lived on Spring Onion Street and another one on Summer Weather Street. And yeah, I found that really interesting and fun. And not only did I find those interesting street names, I also found clusters of street names with similar names. There was, clusters of streets with similar names. So there was, for example, one big space-themed cluster, and one where the streets were named after special days of the year. One area was entirely dedicated to musical instruments, and another one to herbs and spices. And then about 4 months ago, a fellow member in the Elevate community, Nina, she posted in our Slack if anyone was interested in collaborating on projects about exploring and visualizing cities. So she wrote, the idea is to take a city that is close to your heart and explore it through all imaginable datasets. For example, types of street names, age of buildings, car crashes, weather, football, literature. So that sounded really fun. Up to that point, I had only used OpenStreetMap and Google Maps as a user. I had never made a map myself, but I thought it was a nice challenge to try and learn some new tools while also exploring some interesting questions. So my idea for a project was to explore the street names of Gothenburg in a bit more detail and see if there are more of these themed clusters, and if streets that named after a common theme do in fact cluster together. I didn't really have a clear picture in mind what the outcome should look like, but I knew I wanted to end up with some kind of map that can be explored, zoomed in and zoomed out, where streets can be different color depending on some criteria. I had heard of Mapbox, but I had never used it before, but it seemed to be the best and most commonly used tool for something like I wanted to achieve. So my simple workflow was as follows. First, I had to get a map of Gothenburg and information about all its streets with street names. Then I could go through these street names and put them into categories, and then hopefully figure out how to visualize these categories or clusters on a map. To get a file with information about streets in Gothenburg, I used Overpass Turbo, which is a web-based filtering tool for OpenStreetMap. So with Overpass Turbo, I highly recommend using the wizard to generate search queries. To, for example, search for residential streets in Gothenburg, you type in highway equals residential in Göteborg. You have to use Göteborg, the Swedish name of Gothenburg, otherwise it takes you to Gothenburg, Nebraska. Then you run the query, which can take a while because it's a lot of data. And then you can zoom to the data. And here we go. We have all residential streets in Gothenburg selected and could now export that data. And you see that there's still plenty of streets missing, for example, larger highways and industrial areas. So the query still needs some fine-tuning to catch all of the streets. Overpass gives you the data in a GeoJSON format, which looks like this. And it includes both data about the streets, such as the names and the type of street, as well as the geographical information, so the coordinates. But I wanted to have the data in a CSV format, in a table shape, because I thought it would be easier to look through it in something like Excel or Google Sheets. And that conversion from GeoJSON to CSV is very easily done with MapShaper. The resulting CSV had over 60,000 rows, so it was much too big to open in Excel or Google Sheets. And the reason why there were so many rows is because most streets are divided into different fragments that all have their unique ID and geospatial information. So the number of rows was much higher than the actual number of individual streets. And there were also over 250 columns in this table because data from OpenStreetMap includes a lot of additional information, for example, about the surface of the street, if it's gravel or asphalt, about the direction, if it's one-way or two-way street, if what the speed limit is, and so on. So there are many possibilities to explore and visualize different things. But for now, I was only interested in the street names, and I wanted to remove everything unnecessary. I did the cleanup of the data in Python with the Pandas library, which is a really good library for data analysis and data manipulation, especially for CSV and also for JSON formats. So I filled up this huge file for unique street names, so I would get only one row per street, and that resulted in a much smaller file with about 6,000 rows. And I also removed almost all of the 250 columns that I didn't need. So now it was small enough to import into Google Sheets. And then I went through this whole list of street names and I put the ones that popped out to me in different categories. It was a little bit tedious and I reworked the categories many times, but it was also quite fun and kind of meditative. You know, I would just sit there and scroll through the long list of street names and identify flowers and professions, animals, star signs, and so on. And it was actually really good practice for my Swedish vocabulary. For a few things, I could actually use a query. So for example, for street names that start with doctor, but for all others, so for most of them, I had to do it completely manually. So already here you can see the themes that I could identify. Some I grouped together. For example, there were a lot of instrument street, and also a lot of literature and art related streets. So I grouped those together into a culture cluster. And then there was also a surprising number of radio and airwaves and transmission technology related street names. So I made radio its own category. Then there was also a lot of food, mostly vegetables, fruits and spices, and also streets and paths named after colors. For example, Red Street, Blue Street, Indigo Street, Spectrum Street, and so on. So this took a while, many hours over several days, and I ended up with some defined categories. And now I added this category information to the list of street names in Python, and then I joined that list with the huge original dataset from Overpass. Again, I used MapShaper for that, and this joining was necessary so I would end up with one file with all the street names, the geographical information, and my new category information. And then I exported the resulting file from MapShaper as a GeoJSON, and that was the basis for the map that I would make in Mapbox. So Mapbox I found a little bit tricky to get into at first. It's not super intuitive, or at least it wasn't for me, but I figured it out by trial and error. Basically, what I ended up doing is I created a new layer for each category, and then I only colored the streets that are in this specific category. For example, here for holidays, I set the filter for this data source to category, and then I select a specific category, in this case, holidays. So all streets with the category holidays will be colored in blue because I defined this here, that it should be colored blue. And then here on the side, you see the underlying map of all streets, and with the holiday category currently selected and highlighted. So then I went through all these layers and categories and defined the colors and so on. So that worked pretty well, and this was the final product. I was basically done with my project. I had an interactive map of Gothenburg that you could explore yourself, zoom in and zoom out and move around, and I had managed to highlight the street name clusters that I had identified in different colors. But then I thought I also want to tell a story and guide a reader along the way, especially readers that don't speak Swedish, and would get more out of the project if the street names were translated. So as a last step of the project, I wanted to make a scrollytelling site that goes through the map in different stages. And Mapbox actually has quite easy to use scrollytelling template, or interactive storytelling as they call it, that explains how to set everything up. So the first step is to download the package from GitHub and then to outline the story that you want to tell. So here's a screenshot of the story that I made, where as you scroll through it, it zooms into different places on the map. So for all of these focus points that you have to first define the map coordinates and then put those into the template file. So you zoom to the right places. So after the outline of this story was done, the next step was to write some text to create an actual story around it. And I didn't really know which streets or street clusters would be most interesting. So to find some fun facts behind the street names, I just started searching and digging into various local websites, Swedish Wikipedia and so on. And I came across some pretty amazing resources. For example, there's a website from the archives of Gothenburg City Museum that has information on location and history of all streets in Gothenburg. There are also loads of old photographs to certain streets, and I even found out what the street that I used to live on looked like in the 1950s. One interesting story, for example, that I came across was related to the dairy cluster. So in the southeast of Gothenburg, there's an area with street names like Cheese Street and Butter Hill. And that's because in the 1960s, there was a big dairy factory located there. And there's still this huge abandoned underground bunker that belonged to the dairy factory and was intended to be used, according at least to some internet sources, as a national butter storage during times of crisis. So I'll let you explore the rest of the story yourself. I published it all on GitHub pages, so you just go to this link and you can scroll through the whole thing. And I also included all the links to the tools that I used, explanations, and a detailed walkthrough of the construction process, and a link to the complete map, all at the bottom of that page. And as I mentioned, you don't have to know Swedish to enjoy the story. So thanks everyone for listening. And also big thanks to the Elevate team for inspiration and help and feedback during the creation of this project. Bye.
Hi, Silvia.
Hello.
Thank you so much for your talk.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
It was so wonderful hearing about how you put all that data together. I love the Butter Street and all the names.
Yeah, that's one of my favorites.
Okay, so I have a few questions for you. First off, it looked like you had to do so much data collection and data cleaning before you're even able to do the fun part of mapping it. But you had mentioned that you found all the hours of data cleaning meditative. What in particular, what parts were you enjoying about the process?
I guess it was that all these names, bring up pictures in your head, maybe some memories if you've been there, but also since all these names are quite, or not all of them, but a lot of these names are quite evocative, then, you get some, it was just nice to get these ideas and pictures and so on in my head. And as I said, it was also fun to practice Swedish at the same time.
Yeah.
But I found it to be, not unenjoyable, I have to say, but it took a little bit too long.
Yeah.
And I don't know if I caught all of the interesting street names.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff to comb through, and you had to kind of manually do a good portion of it. But I could see how it would be really interesting as you're going through it, and like how you're showing the dairy kind of cave thing, tunnel. Just thinking about all that stuff and how historical it is, and what now it's a neighborhood, but it used to be a something for dairy farmers. So it's really cool to see how history is interwoven into our street names.
Yeah.
If I were to do a project like this, like if I wanted to see clusters in my city, is there a particular part of the data collection and cleaning that you feel like maybe like a tip you could give me to make it go faster? Because you said that it took longer. It took longer than I guess you expected or had hoped for. Is there a way that it could be easier for someone to do it over again?
So I had one idea, and I don't know if that makes it easier, probably not. But since the most time-consuming part was going manually through the list of names, I thought, I was wondering if I could automate that in some way, with some text recognition, language recognition thing that would recognize words that belong to a specific category that I could train on a data set, but then it just got out of hands. And I didn't even start with that. It was just an idea that I briefly had. So I don't think that would make it easier. I think I probably didn't do it in the most optimal way when I used Python and then Google Sheets. Since I mentioned Pandas library, which is really good in also dealing with JSON files, I could have done it all in Python, basically, not go through Google Sheets. But since I found this easier to look at the data, I still went through this extra step.
Yeah.
But,
yeah, you kind of have to go with what
someone
you're comfortable with, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Timur had a great question. Was this circulated broadly in Sweden? Did you reach out to any public officials to publish it on the city's website?
I posted it on the Gothenburg subreddit. Quite a good response, and people were suggesting other clusters and street names that I had missed, and there was some discussion about the history of some of the street names and so on. So that was a really nice response. I also got a message on LinkedIn from a reporter from a local newspaper that wanted to write about it, but I checked the message too late, and then when I replied, she didn't reply back. But other than that, I did not go out and publish it too much. Maybe I should have, because it is a fun story.
Yeah, it is. I bet you could pitch it to that same newspaper or a different one, and I bet they would love it. Local things like that, because like we said, you could kind of dig into the history of the city, and everybody's interested in that.
Mm.
So about halfway through your talk, you said, okay, so now my project was complete. And then you went on to add even more layers, making it this whole scrolly telling narrative. Why did you choose to add this extra layer of narrative?
So it was, as I mentioned, it started as a collaboration with Nina. And we had a lot of back and forth during our collaboration, even though we were not working on the same map and the same project. We were still collecting ideas in one common Google Doc. And we're just brainstorming a bit what could be added. And she really thought that a scrollytelling addition would be really nice. And she convinced me that it was not too hard to add that, because as I explained, I hadn't done this before. So I thought, this looks complicated. But once I had looked into it, it actually looked quite manageable. And then I realized that the map itself is nice if you kind of know what you're looking for and you know Swedish, and you can explore it yourself. But since I wanted to point people to specific fun facts, I thought that the scrollytelling would be a really good format to use that.
Yeah, you're right. It's nice to be able to introduce people to the story and then let them explore, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Silvia. So nice to hear about your project.
Yeah, thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, everybody. Next up, we are going to bring on Will Chase, and he's going to give you a quick preview, a couple minutes of what our Elevate Dataviz Learning Community offers. And then after that, we will bring Cheryl Braus up to talk about quick tips for customizing Plotly charts. So first thing is Will. Let's bring you up. Welcome to the stage, Will. Take it away.
Thank you. Let me go ahead and share my screen. You get to see my entire screen since I have to show you lots of things. So a rare treat for everybody. I guess I just want to say, first of all, I'm like so happy to see all the speakers we've had. Everybody has done an incredible job. I've already learned so much. And I'm especially glad to see that we have, speakers coming to us from all over the world and creating data visualizations in many different languages. That is definitely one of the goals of this community that we have been talking about and building here. And I think it is really flourishing. So if you are not a part of this Elevate membership and you're wondering what are these people talking about and who are they, then you get to have a little bit of a preview here. So this is the website. This is the sort of bread and butter of what we do at Elevate. We make articles and tutorials and guides and newsletters that teach you all about information design, freelance, tools, inspiration, and everything in between. So a great example, Duncan recently did a stream showing people how to use Perlin noise in P5.js. And so this was sort of in response to one of our initiatives, which is a creative coding club. And so to help people get started on this month's activity, Duncan went ahead and just made a stream of showing people how he would use this tool to create Perlin noise. And if you check out these categories that we have up here, you can see all the different types of articles that we publish. Since we've been publishing, or since we've been approaching this Elevate Live, we've been doing a lot of content on talks and presentations and how to give a good talk and how to design your slides. But we also have a lot of information on freelancing. So one thing to point out is that just like we had our Q&A with Danielle earlier at the top of the conference, we have had many other Q&As. We do these monthly with experts in the DataViz community. So recently we did one with Zan Armstrong. We've done Moritz Stefaner. We've had Valentina De Filippo and many others as well. And then, of course, we have all kinds of articles about career building. One of the things that we do a lot of here is showing people how they can achieve whatever it is that they want to in their career, whether that's moving full-time into data viz, moving into data journalism, moving into freelancing. And so we really give you a behind-the-scenes look at all of these aspects of what it takes to really be a full-time data visualization specialist. A great example here is this article Gabby wrote about contracts. These are sort of the things that you don't see a lot of in the rest of the data viz learning resources that are out there. Most of those are focused on tools or how to make charts, which we do have content on that. But we really have this sort of business-oriented content too on how to actually navigate the world of freelance, how to find clients, how to make a resume, how to design a portfolio, and everything else that goes into building a successful data viz career. Now, one of the other really cool initiatives I want to show you is our knowledge base. So this is an initiative that Duncan has largely been leading, building up a connected graph of information about how we visualize data. So this is essentially a way for us to collate all of the incredible knowledge that us and our members have developed over the years. And so it's essentially a series of short articles or guides that are written in a particular style, and they're all connected in this graph. So here, if I expand this graph and zoom in a little bit, you can see this article on visualizing data, links to maybe you need to find the right data set. And so there's an article on that. And then this finding the right data set links to several other articles. Perhaps centering the reader is an aspect of this. And you can see how it goes on and on. And so this is something that's still growing. We add to this quite often. But the idea is that one day this will essentially be a giant resource where any piece of knowledge that you need about data visualization and how to design effective data visualizations can be found here. And then finally, of course, we have our community. So this is perhaps the most exciting aspect of this program. For a lot of people, especially those that work independently, this is really a way to keep in touch, to make new friends, and to get feedback on your work. And I like to think of it a lot like having colleagues when you are maybe freelancing or you work remotely, or maybe you're the only person at your company that does data viz. And so you need to get feedback on some projects. Well, you can come here to the Slack community, post your projects, and get feedback from all the other members of our community. We have really great discussions here. You can see that we have just general discussions on stuff. We post random things. Recently, Timur asked about playlists. What music do you listen to while you're working? Of course, we post resources and job postings as well. Freelance opportunities we post in here. And then we have all kinds of just community aspects that we run or that our members run. So the Creative Coding Club is something that I mentioned earlier. We also have a book club that Kim has sort of spearheaded. And then a group of people have gotten together to learn Svelte and D3. And so they are doing that together in our Slack and having calls about it, and really just using this as an opportunity to learn and grow their skills together. And so if you want to learn more about this community and what we do, you can head to elevatedataviz.com. We have lots of information here on what is inside, what we do and why you might want to join, who we are, and of course, all the businessy aspects of joining. And then one final thing I want to mention before I leave is that we do have a collection of free articles on our blog. So if you are thinking this sounds interesting, but I really want to see what I'm getting into before I hit the subscribe button, then you can do that. So we've actually got 15 right now, free articles, and we release more free articles as time goes on. All right, so I am done sharing now, and I will hand it back to Alli, or Duncan now.
It's me, I'm afraid. Thank you so much, Will. That was wonderful. You'd be right at home on the shopping channel.
Good. I was practicing.
Thank you so much for showing everybody what Elevate is all about. You did a great job. Okay, I'm gonna introduce our next speaker now, who is Cheryl Braus. Cheryl is going to be doing a pre-recorded talk, which I am just bringing up. Cheryl currently works as a data visualization analyst at a logistics startup. And previously, she worked as a data scientist for both startups and government agencies. Today, she's going to be telling us all about a bunch of quick tips for customizing Plotly charts. Here we go.
Hi, my name is Cheryl, and I am going to show you some easy ways that you can make your Plotly plots better. So if any of you have used Plotly before, you'll know that the default charts are not the most visually appealing. But this presentation is going to walk you through 9 ways that you can bring your Plotly charts to life. Quickly about me, I worked as a data scientist for a little over 10 years. Half of that time I worked for the New York Police Department, and I did all of my analytics and visualizations in Python. I'm currently working as a data visualization analyst and learning JavaScript and D3, and I can tell you that building plots in Plotly is much easier. So for the purposes of this presentation, I kind of put myself back in the shoes of a data analyst at the New York Police Department. So I imagine that your chief is concerned about shootings in Manhattan and Brooklyn, the 2 boroughs most frequented by tourists. So a very simple analysis that you could do is just to look at how many shooting incidents are occurring each month in each borough to see if the number of shootings have increased at all over the past few years. So the simplest plot that you can make is this single line of code. It's just specifying the data frame that you're using with the data and which columns will appear on the X and Y axis, and then which column will differentiate each borough from the others. So this is the most default Plotly plot that you can make. The colors aren't fantastic. It obviously needs some formatting. So what this presentation is going to do is it's going to show you how you can take this plot and turn it into the plot on the right. In order to make that transformation, it's going to require more code. So we're also going to go from that single line of code on the left to all of that code on the right. And the code on the right can look very intimidating and overwhelming, but I am going to walk you through step by step how you can put that code together. So the first thing that you can do to improve the default plots is to create a sort of template. I like to do this in a separate file because that way, no matter where I'm building Plotly code, I can just import this file and then all of my plots will look consistent. But you can put this code within the actual notebook that you're working in as well. So in this template, I like to specify the background color, the grid line color, the font color and family, and then a color list. And this color list is a list of colors that will determine what the different series look like in your chart. So in this case, it's going to be all of the different colors of the lines in our line plot. So you just input all of this into a Go layout template method, and I named my layout plot_template. So if you have this in a separate file, the way that you would import it into the notebook that you're working in is by simply importing the file name at the top. And then in your Plotly code, you can just do template equals the file name dot template name. And if you're using Plotly Go, it's a similar code. It's just in the update layout method. So once you do that, now all of your template information is applied to all of your Plotly plots. And it looks like this, which is a huge improvement just with that one step. But the next thing that you might notice is the axes labels don't look very professional. They're not capitalized. They're not real words. The legend title is similar. So you can very easily map these default column names to more professional looking versions. And you can do that using the labels dictionary in your Plotly code. And it's simply a dictionary mapping, like I said, the column name to whatever you want the label for that column name to look like. So now that we did those labels, the axes labels and the legend title look a lot more professional. And these mappings are also reflected in the tooltips. But every plot really needs a title. So the next thing we're going to do is add a title, but we're going to go a little step beyond and include a title with colored text in it. So in the update layout method, you just include all the information regarding your title. And in this case, I want to color the words for Manhattan and Brooklyn to be the same color as the corresponding line in the line plot. So if you ever want to format the text in a title in Plotly, you need to use HTML span tags. So in this case, I've included a span tag and changed the color for the words Manhattan and Brooklyn. And if I execute that code, you'll see that now you have a title at the top and the Manhattan and Brooklyn words match the corresponding colors of their lines. And it's not uncommon in a plot to see both a title and a subtitle. So we're going to add a subtitle as well. And all we have to do is just kind of append more code to the existing title text. So what you have to do is add a break tag at the end of the title line, so that creates a new line. And then you'll see that there's span tags for every section of my subtitle. And that's because I want the subtitle to be a smaller font. So I need to change the formatting of all of the text. And that's why I need to use HTML on every line. And then similar to the title, I'm going to color the words for Bronx, Queens, and Staten Island so they match their corresponding lines as well. So now we have a great looking title, a great looking subtitle. And the next thing you might notice is that all 5 boroughs are now colored in the correct way in this title and subtitle. So you don't really need a legend at this point. It's a little redundant and it's just kind of taking up space. So if you want to get rid of the legend, all you have to do is add this show legend equals false. And now you don't have a legend and there's more space for the plot itself. And this isn't a lot of data, but if you had a lot of data, it would allow the data to be spread out a little bit more. Okay, so at this point, you've done all of the basics. The plot looks good. But let's say you wanted to add things to the plot in order to provide additional context to the data so the reader has a better sense of what's going on. So the first thing that I wanted to note was when the lockdown started in New York City. And I know that was on March 18th, 2020. So I can kind of pinpoint that date using a vertical line. So in order to do that, I just have to use the add_v line method, and I'm specifying where on the x-axis I want to put that line. And then different attributes having to do with the line and different attributes having to do with the annotation. So once I add that code, you can see now I have a dashed vertical line at March 18th, and I have a label so that the reader knows what this line is showing them. So by including this line, the reader can now more easily see, okay, all of these big spikes kind of occurred soon after the lockdown started. If you want to draw attention to an entire area of the plot, instead of just a single data point like this date line, you can shade an entire section of the plot using rectangles. So as an example, and this is not based in reality whatsoever, let's imagine that the NYPD has a goal of 9 shooting incidents or fewer per month per borough. In that case, you might want to shade the region between 0 and 9 shooting incidents, because that'll make it easier for the reader to be able to see when these lines fall within that range and when they fall outside of that range. So in order to add that rectangle, I'm going to do add_hrect because it's a horizontal rectangle, meaning it's going to span the entire length of the x-axis. So all I have to do is specify the start and end on the y-axis so it knows how tall to be. And I'm going to make that 0 to 9. And then I don't really need a line around it, so I set the line width to 0. But the most important thing to remember is to set the opacity to be pretty low, because if it's not low, then you won't be able to see the data series on top of it. But if you set the opacity to be low, then you can still see the lines. And then I just created a small annotation on the right side. So with that code, now you can see that the whole area of the plot between 0 and 9 is now shaded, and it has a little goal annotation on the right. So now the reader can easily tell that pretty much lately only Staten Island is falling within the goal range of 0 to 9 shooting incidents. The last way that you can add context to the data, or a third way that you can add context, is to include an annotation in your plot. So I like to include annotations for anomalies or things that stand out that the reader might ask a question about. I like to kind of answer their question before they've even asked it. So in this case, if you're looking at this data, something that probably stands out is this July 2020 point for Brooklyn. I don't actually know what caused that, but let's pretend that I did. And I wanted to add an annotation. So I'm going to use add_annotation, specify the text. This was caused by event X. You can show an arrow to your annotation, or you can just show text with no arrow, but I chose to include an arrow. And then most of the other parameters in this case are just specifying where in the plot the text is going to appear and where in the plot the arrow is going to appear. And then the last line is just specifying the size of the font. So now with that annotation, I have shown that event X is potentially a cause for that big spike in July 2020 in Brooklyn. And so the reader has some sort of context for why that data point is so much higher than the rest of them. So now, you've formatted the plot nicely. You've added context around what was going on at the time of these data points. But right now, all of the lines look similar to each other. There really isn't one line that's kind of standing out and grabbing your attention. But the chief is primarily interested in Manhattan and Brooklyn. So if you want to draw the reader's attention to the data that's most important, you can include some sort of conditional logic that basically says, if this line is for Manhattan or Brooklyn, make the line thicker so that it stands out more. Otherwise, make the line smaller. But in order to write that condition logic, you need to know what parameter can I reference that will have the information on what borough each line is representing. And one way that you can figure out what that parameter is to look at your figure's data tuple. Every Plotly plot has a data tuple. And you can see it by just writing the name of your plot, whatever you've named it, .data, and then printing that out. And then you'll see all of the metadata and values for your plot. So in this case, this is the metadata for the plot that I was making, and I just copied like the first 10 lines or so. But I immediately saw this parameter called name, and it housed the borough information that I want to use for my condition logic. So I knew I can just use this name parameter to make the lines for Manhattan and Brooklyn thicker. And I can write that actual condition logic in two different ways. The top way is the more typical Pythonic way. It's basically just saying for each trace in the figure, if the name is Manhattan or Brooklyn, change the line width to 4, otherwise keep it at 1.75. The second version is exactly the same logic, but it's using a Plotly method called for each trace. So this is specifically for Plotly, but it does the exact same thing as the code above. So if you include one of these two condition logics, then you'll see that now the line for Manhattan and the line for Brooklyn are much thicker than the rest of them. So the reader is immediately drawn to those two data series, which happen to be what's most important to the chief. So now looking at this plot, it's formatted nicely. The colors are better. You have a lot of context for what's going on. You're explaining any anomalies, and you're emphasizing the data that is really important. And it just took those 9 steps to take the plot on the left, the default Plotly plot, and turn it into this plot in the bottom right. So hopefully these tips were helpful, and you can find examples of when you can implement some or all of these tips. And if you ever have any questions about Plotly, feel free to reach out either via my email or through my website, and I'd be happy to help you with your Plotly work. Thank you again.
Thanks so much, Cheryl. That was so interesting. She is also in the comments in the chat. So if you have any questions about Plotly, customizing Plotly charts, then you can ask a question to Cheryl and she'll answer. Okay, so now we have a series of shorter talks. We are here at Maggie Shi. So the next 3 talks are a little bit shorter, between 5 and 10 minutes. We have Maggie Shi, Jayeola Gbenga, Angelica Hom. And I'm going to introduce each of those videos. They are each, like I said, between 5 and 10 minutes, and I'll pop on to introduce each person. So first we have Maggie Shi. She is a data scientist and data designer for social good, and she turns data into engaging visuals to inform and inspire. Maggie's going to speak about 5 principles of infographic layout, and she is also here in the chat, so you can drop any questions you have as she's speaking. Okay, here is Maggie.
Hello, everyone. I am so excited to be here. Today, I'm sharing with you the 5 principles of infographic layout that I learned. My name is Maggie Shi. I'm a data scientist and data designer with a passion for social good. Like some of you, I don't have formal training in design. In fact, I'm a total science nerd. Before I learned graphic design principles, whenever I see a great piece of design, all I could say was, "It looks amazing." And beyond that, I often have a hard time articulate what exactly is good about it. If you are like me, then this talk is for you. By the end of it, you will have the language to analyze design layouts and apply the learning in your own work. Okay, let's dive in. When it comes to infographics, the first principle I can think of is negative space. It is the empty space around and between objects. Negative space is a great way to create emphasis. This is especially important for infographics, because infographics can easily look busy with a lot of information. However, some great designs I've seen, they all have that clean feel and allow readers to breathe, such as this one. And this one. Here, not only does negative space emphasize the graphics, it also creates a peaceful mood as it tells the story of people who lost their lives in wars. There are different types of negative space. The large empty space is macro negative space. And if you look at the legend, the small negative space in between each element is micro negative space, which often relates to typography. Both are very important. In fact, negative space is so important that I heard in design schools, it's often the first thing they teach. As Ellen Lupton said, design is as much an act of spacing as an act of marking. So how to create negative space? From what I see, most infographics don't do it enough. So don't be afraid to push even further. To create more negative space, we need to declutter aggressively. Take each element and ask, is it absolutely necessary? Is there a simpler alternative? If after decluttering, it's still not enough, then consider simply shrink down everything, given that things are still legible. The second principle is focal point. Focal point is where our eyes land on a layout. This is important for infographics because without a focal point, it's either overwhelming or uninteresting. Our main goal with focal point is to engage the readers, to really grab their attention with something bold. Usually, focal point is created using a combination of these factors, like scale, color, and isolation. Let's look at an example. In this example, it looks to me that the focal point is at the upper right corner. Why? Because I see that it is larger in scale, it's more vibrant in color, and it's isolated from the rest. But how about small multiples? There's no big bold thing here. Where is the focal point? I think the small graphs are so similar that all of them come together to form one big focal point. Next up is hierarchy, the arrangement of elements by their relative importance. In other words, what is the first read, second read, and third read? When it comes to hierarchy, contrast is king. Not only do we need contrast in size, color, etc., for infographics, it also means the contrast between data and non-data elements. We always need to maximize the data ink and minimize the non-data ink. Hierarchy guides visual flow. Think about how readers' eyes move across the page. The flow should feel comfortable, never jumping around. The flow could be natural, from left to right, top to bottom, as we do in North America, or it could be guided in a zigzag or even circular manner. Take a look at this example. What's the first thing you notice? How about the second? This is my answer. Your answer may be slightly different, and that's okay, as long as overall there's a clear sense of hierarchy. The fourth principle is repetition, the reusing of similar elements in design. This is used a lot in infographics. As we do visual encoding, it gives a sense of order and organization to the layout. It acts like glue to hold everything together, and repetition can be used to indicate grouping. In this infographic, each small chart is made from the same organic shapes, and the resulting layout is very orderly and coherent. Lastly, let's talk about alignment. Elements in the layout should simply line up. Why? Because this makes infographic look clean, organized, and readable. Things could align against the edge or towards the center. But be really careful when mixing different alignments. In most cases, they don't look very good. We can think of alignment both at macro and micro levels. On the macro level, the building blocks can be aligned using a grid, like in this example. On the micro level, alignment details such as typography are often overlooked. Let's pay attention to the annotations here. Notice how the annotations align with each other instead of aligning with each triangle? This avoids a messy look, and it's easier for reader to follow. So there you have it, the 5 principles of infographic layout. If you find this helpful, I invite you to join me on this exercise. The next time you read an infographic, not just aim for understanding, but really try to dissect and reverse engineer it. Let me know of anything else you'd like to add. I look forward to connecting with you. Thank you, and happy designing.
Thanks so much, Maggie. That was so great. A lot of great tips there. Okay, now on to our next lightning talk, Jayeola Gbenga. He's a data journalist and infographic designer based in Nigeria. Here he is speaking about visualizing Africa's data governance capabilities.
Hello, everyone. I want to say a big thank you to Elevate. I want to say thank you to Duncan. I want to say thank you to Will, to Ali, and all data team in Elevate. I want to say kudos to all the speakers that have spoken ahead of me and one that have spoken before me and the ones that are still coming up next. I want to say kudos to you all. So I'll be speaking on data governance and capabilities in Africa. And this is in context to a challenge that I participated in Africa's data governance and a challenge I participated in. To start, I would like to ask several questions. So I just want you to put the questions in mind. So one of the questions is, I would like to, are the data sets in your country, are they openly available and easily accessible? Are there institutions that support the collection, the management, and sharing and use of data in ways that contribute to sustainable development? So these are some of the questions that the organizers of this challenge wanted to know, and they wanted to have answers to how data policy and practice are unfolding in different regions and continents in the world. So in context, the reason why I was really interested in this topic was for quite some time, it has really been difficult for citizens in my home country, Nigeria, to be precise, to get their permanent voters card. And this is the card that gives them the opportunity, gives them the right for them to exercise their franchise, and that's their voting right. But peculiar issue and the interesting thing about this issue was the data has already been collected in the previous exercise, but due to regulations and due to institutional factors and a lot of things around the practice of data governance and sharing in Nigeria, it's now becomes so extremely difficult that it's now the practice is now disenfranchising citizens for them to vote and cast their vote. So another scenario is whereby commercial banks are mostly marketers of commercial banks, bank staff are making use of data from existing customers. They go behind their back and use this data to create new checking accounts just to meet management expectations. And this is against data practice. This is against the normal procedures in data privacy and data sharing in private organizations. So these are some of the issues that actually gained my interest when I saw the challenge, and I really wanted to participate in the challenge. So the data was actually into two modules, and the two most important modules are governance and capability. Then we have availability and use and impact. So when I downloaded the data, I started doing the normal procedure of trying to get to know about the data. So one thing I noticed was the data was very sparse. A lot of countries, mostly in Africa, had no frameworks, and these are frameworks that was used to score each country and each region on certain questions that were asked about the data practice in this country. And some of these frameworks are like data management. Some of these frameworks are open data policies. Some of them are individuals who have access to this data. Are they trained? Are they skilled enough? Are there open portals for people to actually access this data? But countries in Africa were not, they didn't have frameworks for them to do this. And again, I noticed that only 28 out of 52 African countries were surveyed, and the global average score for all the countries in the world was 34.4. And this shows that a lot still needs to be done globally for each country in order to improve the practice of effective data governance, so that for development purposes. Again, I also noticed that USA and Turkmenistan had the highest and lowest score respectively, and Europe, at all European countries really scored really high. They were above the global average, but except for Belarus was below the average. So to go back, I would like to talk about the sparsity of the data, because this actually affected my analysis. Because of how the data was sparse, I wanted to make use of correlation matrix to actually check how each framework was correlated within each other. So this would actually make me bring up questions, either questions like a country whereby there are legal frameworks, there are regulations. Are they able to score really high when they have legal frameworks and there are no institutions that allow for data to be openly available and openly and easily accessible? So I wanted to check that, but I noticed that countries, they were sparse and there was just no frameworks and limited data. So I was not able to do that. I was not able to take that approach. And the reason why I want to take the approach is, for example, let's say for
Thanks so much, Jayeola. Sometimes simple is better. What can you do? All right. Our last lightning talk is by Angelica Hom. She is a data visualization designer with over 6 years of experience as an analyst. She is currently pursuing her master's in data visualization at Parsons and aspires to be an information designer that drives social impact. Here she is speaking about how collecting data can harm or save lives.
When you start a data project and begin looking for data sets, do you stop and ever ask yourself, who collected this data, or how was this data collected? It turns out collecting data isn't just grunt work, but it can actually impact lives. I'm Angelica Hom, a data viz designer who's passionate about using data for social impact. Today, I'd like to share my research with you about the ethics of data collection and start with 3 examples of how collecting data has harmed people. One of the most notorious examples of data collection in history are slave trade records. People were reduced to data points and bookkeeping logs along every step of the voyage. Diagrams like this were created as plans on how to crowd the ships. Eventually, logs showed the transmission of diseases among enslaved people and recorded the death tolls aboard the ships like business expenses. In the fields, the labor of each person was tracked daily as plantation owners were trying to maximize efficiency. Another example is the 1940 census, which was secretly used in the internment of 110,000 Japanese Americans. The Census Bureau director removed confidentiality rules to help intelligence agencies access names and addresses of Japanese Americans living across 7 states. But harmful data collection isn't just a thing of the past. Surveillance technology is evolving quickly, with facial recognition, automatic license plate readers, and social media scrapers. Regulation around how police use surveillance technology hasn't caught up. Regulatory loopholes mean you don't have to be suspected of crimes for law enforcement to access your data. This is especially dangerous for communities of color that already experience heavy policing. For instance, in 2018, ICE used photos and Facebook statuses to arrest an immigrant using a pseudonym in California. In 2020, the LA Police Department reportedly tested an algorithm called ABT Shield to scan millions of tweets for terms such as protest, solidarity, and lives matter. Ultimately, these examples have one common theme. They reflect patriarchal systems of oppression where those in positions of power have used data against marginalized communities. On the other hand, I'd like to share 3 examples where data collections have been used to empower said communities. Ida B. Wells began investigating lynchings after her friend was subjected to one. She discovered that lynchings were usually planned days ahead for reasons like registering to vote or for being too successful. This led to her publishing 2 reports about her findings in 1892 and 1895. In 1900, sociologist W.E.B. Du Bois displayed 60 groundbreaking data visualizations based on data he and his team at Atlanta University had collected. Both of their contributions made visible a wide spectrum of Black experience and became the roots of Black data activism. In another example, Maria Salguero's map of femicides is a crowdsourcing project to hold the Mexican government accountable. One of her goals is to show that these victims had a name and that they had a life, and so Maria logs as many details as she can about each death. The map has been used to help find missing women, and parents of victims have called her to give their thanks for making their daughters visible. Finally, the Environmental Data and Governance Initiative is a network of researchers that formed in November 2016. Their concern was that Trump's position on climate change would result in the removal of information from government websites like the EPA and the State Department. EDGI's goal was to preserve scientific evidence by collecting and copying federal data sets. Their work is not done, even under the Biden administration. The EPA plans to sunset its online archive this July, and the EDGI is fighting for its public access to continue. Ultimately, these examples also share a common theme. They continue the legacy of Black data activism and empower marginalized communities. The tech industry is still dominated by straight, white, cis men, and biased data is still largely accepted as the truth. Today's justice leaders are challenging this notion by showing how biased data feed into the algorithms that power the tech around us. About 6 years ago, AI in a Google online photo service organized photos of Black people into a folder called Gorillas. 4 years ago, a researcher at a New York startup noticed that the AI system she was working on was egregiously biased against Black people. Not long after, a Black researcher in Boston discovered that an AI system couldn't identify her face until she put on a white mask. As data practitioners living in a world of biased data and AI, I'd like you to think about the last data sets you've worked with. Do you know who collected the data? How was it collected? And what purpose did it serve? If you'd like to learn more about my work or talk about data justice with me, please feel free to reach out at angelicahom.com. Thank you.
Thanks, Angelica. That's a really important challenge that we should all think about is who collected the data and why before we start doing things with it. Okay, so we are in our last round. We're about to round out the conference. It's been a fast 3.5 hours. So we're in the very last segment. We're going to have a mentors Q&A coming up very soon. We are going to take about an 8-minute break. So come back on, I guess, the half hour mark. So right now for me on the East Coast, that would be 2:30. And we are going to have a live Q&A with me, Will Chase, and Duncan Geere, where you can ask any questions about data journalism or freelancing in DataViz, how to get clients. We'll just have a fun Q&A session for the last half hour from 2:30 to 3. So join me back at 2:30 or at the half hour. All right. Hello, we're back live.
Hello, everyone.
Got our faces on. I just had some gummy snacks, so I get a rush of sugar.
You got to keep the energy up after 4 hours, right? I had some little chewy sweets as well. It's important.
You're right. The 4 hours does go fast. All right, we are back, and we have the last 30 minutes because we wanted to allow you guys to ask us any questions about Dataviz freelancing or data journalism. We had a great session with Danielle at the beginning, and there were a lot of good questions about data journalism, and our friendly neighborhood data journalist, Will Chase, is here. And Gabby, unfortunately, had some urgent dental needs to attend to, so we will be sending her good vibes, but she's one of the mentors of the Elevate Dataviz community as well. So just the three of us today. Drop any comments or questions you have in the chat. And in the meantime, let's get started with a little intro of the three of us. So let's start with Will. Can you tell us a little bit about who you are, what you do?
Yeah, I am a data journalist or visual journalist or whatever kind of journalist you want to call it at Axios. Before that, I did Dataviz freelancing, and I've also worked in the BI world a little bit and also in academia. So I've done a little bit of everything, but very happy to be in journalism now.
Mm-hmm. How about you, Duncan?
Yeah, so I have a background as a journalist. I worked as a journalist for about 10 years, but actually I have moved over to being much more of I call myself an information designer. And some of that information is graphics, and some of it is numbers, and some of it is text. And I work with all of those kinds of media. Are those media? Who knows? I work with the text, pictures, and graphics, and numbers and sound increasingly as well.
Yes.
Actually, yeah, to tell stories with data. That's what I try. That's what I do.
Mm-hmm.
How about you, Alli?
Yeah, for me, I call myself a information design consultant because similar to you, Duncan, I don't just do data visualizations, but I do illustrations, explainers, comics, data comics. So a wide range, not just, the typical charts. And I got my degree in math, and then I was just a business analyst working for the government, and wasn't particularly satisfied with my job. Always felt like there was some kind of creative thing missing. And then during my maternity leave, I randomly came across data visualization and realized it was a field. So started my podcast, Dataviz Today, to learn more about it. And I got a job as a Dataviz designer and then launched my own freelance studio last September, full-time. And so I've been doing that ever since. So yes, I'm a full-time freelancer, data visualization consultant. So we can talk more about that transition later if anybody's interested in transitioning from a salary job to freelance and how I did that. But first, let's switch back to Will, because we had a lot of people in the membership wanting to become a data journalist, or at least, explore that field as a possible career. And you were not formally trained as a journalist. You were working at Fidelity before, right?
Yeah.
And then you were a scientist before that, like a researcher.
Yep.
So now that you have been data journalist at Axios for, is it a year now?
Yeah, like a year and a half.
Year and a half.
Mm-hmm.
So now that you're in it, what skill do you think has been the most useful to you in your day-to-day job?
I think there's a couple of different skills. One of them I would say is similar to what Danny was talking about earlier during her Q&A, being able to basically take a data set or an idea really and find the story in it. So that involves a lot of different skills, but being able to figure out how to analyze a data set and come to a conclusion is one thing, and that usually suffices if you are writing a scientific paper or producing a government report. But the reason that the public doesn't read scientific papers and government reports is because they're A, too jargony and confusing, but B, because they're not exciting to read. They're not interesting. You know, people want to read stories. That's why they listen to podcasts. That's why people like, you know, Vox, the Explained series, if you've ever seen that on Netflix, because it takes these topics which might be a little bit wonky and kind of actually niche topics, but it explains them in a really engaging way. It makes them into stories. And so figuring out how to do that, how to take something that might be kind of dry and data driven and turn it into an exciting story that someone actually wants to keep reading, is probably the most important skill.
Is that something you feel like you're getting better at with time?
Yeah, absolutely. I think I definitely get better at it with time. And I think that it's not something that is like necessarily a skill that you don't have already. You may have this skill or have aspects of this skill just from your current job. So I felt like when I joined Axios, and even, I mean, before that, because I was also working on data storytelling, but, you know, my background was in scientific research, and I felt that that was already one of my skills essentially coming into it, because that's the whole job of being a scientific researcher. Like, that's the whole job of writing a paper, is taking all of this data that you've gathered and all these sort of, you know, conclusions and information and turning it into a narrative. Obviously, some scientists aren't very good at that, but that is an important part of the job if you want to write good papers. And so, you know, you probably have aspects of your day job or your past or your education where you've already practiced this skill, and it's just a matter of honing it going forward.
Yeah, I feel like the more you do it, the easier it gets, asking questions like that. Yeah, and you can kind of see what resonates with being a data journalist. You're constantly having to put things out, so I guess you're getting a ton of feedback all the time on what resonates and what doesn't in terms of stories.
Yeah, definitely. And figuring out how to do it quickly is a challenge too, because, you know, it's something that you can do. I think a lot of the stories that I came up with early in my career, it took me, you know, like maybe months or weeks or even like years of kind of thinking and planning to figure out how to correctly construct that narrative. And nowadays it's, you know, I've developed a lot more familiarity with story structures and shortcuts and things like that. So I can see a data set and think, you know, almost right off the bat, okay, what would be a couple of good ways to tell this story?
I think also experience gives you a really good sense of when something just isn't going to work as well. Yeah. You can throw out bad ideas quicker rather than spending a week, a month, a year on developing something that just isn't working when you should have just dropped it. You know, I find that now I'm much, much faster at being able to say, and, you know, this is just experience talking. Just being able to say, yeah, I don't think that's going to work, but, you know, maybe there's a way that we could reframe it around this, or I could join it with this other data set that could make it work.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, Timur had a great question. Something nice to
he's really testing the no silly questions kind of rule here, isn't he?
What is your favorite shape? What about you, Duncan? What's your favorite shape?
I'm going to answer this question very seriously, and I'm going to say the circle. Circles are just like super pleasing visually, and people, I don't know why, there's something magical about them, but they really seem to like resonate with general audiences. Like anything circular is always like, people are going to go, oh, that's really beautiful.
Wow.
You know, you can like bend your bars into a circle, or, you know, just like make an axis go around a circle rather than along a straight line. And everyone's like, wow, so incredible design.
Yeah, something about circles.
Yeah, circles are a Dataviz superpower. Use them with care.
Yes, with care. What about you, Will?
Triangles. They're edgy.
An edgy circle. The edgy circle.
That's all I have to say on the subject.
I am going to go with overlapping circles is my favorite shape.
Ooh.
Is that a shape?
I'm not sure that is. Is that a Venn diagram?
Well, just the different shapes you get when you are overlapping circles. You can get some really cool things. Or, you know, when if you've seen a lot of times logo designers will put like, they'll have the logo and then they'll put circles, all the places they use as reference to make nice curves and all that stuff. And I just love the maybe collection of circles. That's my favorite shape. I don't know if I cheat on that question.
We've got Chris in the comments, another vote for circles. So yeah,
isn't there a whole book about circles, right? Who wrote
There
that
is,
book?
yeah. It's actually a really,
Lima.
really good book full
Manuel
of
Lima?
beautiful. Yeah, he's also got another one called The Tree of Life, which shows trees. Is a tree a shape? I guess it is.
Well, yes, of course.
Yeah, yeah. But let us know what your favorite shapes are in the comments.
Okay, next question. Duncan, you,
Hi.
like me, have your own Dataviz freelance business. We are both
I do.
Full-time freelance. So let's talk a little bit about what day-to-day is like, because I'm sure people think freelance, either, we're just not ever working, or
It's the opposite of that.
I know. I don't know what people are thinking about freelancers, but whatever you're thinking, let's hear the truth. What's your day-to-day like?
My day-to-day. Okay, so I spend a surprising amount of time answering emails.
Yeah.
Like inquiries from clients, handling feedback from projects that I'm working on. I'm quite often, there's lots of different ways to run a freelance business. Some people like to have one client for like 3 years. I tend to be kind of like spinning, I don't know, 3 or 4 plates at the same time, sometimes more. And so I do have to get quite good at like context switching, and all that tends to happen in my inbox. So when I log on in the morning, I will generally like try and work through as much of my inbox as it is reasonable to get through, the stuff that I can like get out the way quickly. And then I will try and go into a sort of chunkier like work session, like deep work, I think Cal Newport calls it.
So do you close everything when you're doing that? All your windows?
I try to. I don't always. I'm giving you the honest answer rather than what you should be doing. I should be closing it. I don't always. I sometimes leave it open. But, I'll put some good music on. I'll settle in. I'll make a cup of tea. And then I will, just, plug away at something that is going to take a little bit of sort of focus. And then, as it kind of like gets to lunchtime, I'll get hungry. And so I'll go and eat something. Walk my dog. Honestly, number one pro tip of being freelance, get a dog. It's really, really great. It gets you out of the house. It gets you exercise. The time that you are spending walking your dog is thinking time, which is really, really valuable. Dogs are really wonderful. And then in the afternoon, I tend to be a bit less focused. So that's when I tend to sort of like do admin kind of bits and pieces, invoicing, some more emails, that kind of thing, putting together, work proposals if that's necessary, or, just like processing data stuff, things that, might be a bit more, we heard from Silvia earlier who was saying that, some data processing work is just tedious and you can't really get away from that. So I tend to kind of do that in early afternoon because I'm not super creative then. And then later in the afternoon, I tend to get a bit more creative again. And I tend to, be able to like do things. And then I end up having kind of like lots of calls and things, usually around the end of the day, because I have a bunch of clients in the States and I'm in Europe. Right. And so a lot of things happen at, 5 o'clock-ish my time. So I usually end of the day with a couple of calls.
Okay.
I would say that's kind of a day in my life approximately.
Yeah, you're right. I think mine is similar in that surprisingly, a lot of freelance work is admin work, answering emails, sending invoices, queuing up, having calls to queue up for the next project, right? Because if you aren't going out there and hunting for your projects or like making it happen, you're not going to have any work in the next couple of months because you're the one that's in charge of it. So I think mine's kind of similar.
Yeah, I was going to say, it is really hard to kind of make sure that you've got that pipeline filled, because a lot of freelancers, and, I count myself among them, sort of end up with this sort of like, I've got too much work. I have no work at all and no one is ever going to hire me again. And then I have too much work. And it's because it's really hard to book new projects when you're in the middle of executing and delivering on projects.
Yeah. And you have to kind of reach that, that magic moment when the client is ready and you are, you have time, and then the budget matches and what they need is what you can give. Like there's a lot of things that have to fall into place. So you do have to kind of, as they say,
overlapping circles.
Yeah, exactly. You have to kind of kiss a lot of frogs in order for like when to be your prince and then be an actual like executable project that you can work on. So I think mine, my schedule is pretty similar in that I wake up. I try to wake up before my kids wake up so I can kind of think without being interrupted for maybe an hour. And then that's my time. The first thing in the morning is to write out what exactly I'm going to do today. So I put the most important things at the top, and then I have this to-do list. And since I do get interrupted a lot during the day, it's great for me to just come back and have that list always there. So I don't have to be like, what was I doing? What was I absolutely needing to get done today? So I do the list, and then I, do the whole like packing the lunches, taking my kids to school and all that. And then when I get back, I can sit down and do my work and try to do the emails in the morning and try to do I find that I'm most creative between like 10 and 12. So I try to put my most creative work in that time, and then have lunch, and then try to, similar to you, Duncan, like revisit admin type stuff and calls. But when on one of our Q&A sessions, Valentina Daffblow was talking about how she has, was it 1 or 2 days a week where she blocks off where she has no calls? I was like, that's a great idea.
I think that's really smart. I mean, I would love to do something like that, and I probably could enforce it if I wanted to.
Yeah, I think you just have to define it first, and then
and then you just tell people, I have a rule. That's a real magic word there.
It's a policy. It's a policy.
Yeah, if you have a rule or you have a policy, then it's not just you like deciding you don't want to talk to this person. It is a principle, and people are much more likely to respect it. So there's a pro tip for you all: have rules.
Yeah, or you can just say I'm not available that day. That's my policy. Okay, let's we can talk a little bit more about freelancing too. Duncan, what advice would you give to someone about finding clients? Because someone was asked that to Tristan also, and he didn't have that much time to hit on it. But kind of finding your first client, if someone who wants to try to get into freelancing, like how do you go about finding a first client?
So a first client, I would definitely recommend just like tapping up your network as much as possible. Ideally, you'll be coming from, this won't be your first job, I guess is what I'm saying. If it is your first job, then, work on projects, put those projects out in the wild, talk about those projects as much as you possibly can. But if you have, you are coming from another industry or another job or something like that, make the most of your contacts in that industry. Tell them that you are, doing this new thing, that you're looking for work. Is there anyone they think you should talk to? And you'll get introductions. Ask for help. People love helping other people. Like this is a real, thing that I underrate all the time. But if you ask for help, people will generally try and help you.
Yeah, especially at the beginning. People are excited. Go ahead, Will.
No, I was just going to say, I was at a conference last week or a couple weeks ago, and I got this question a couple times about like, how do you get that pipeline rolling? Or how do you recommend transitioning into freelance? And I've told people in the past, like I've said this in past Q&As, that I think it's a really good idea if you're thinking of transitioning to not just go like cold turkey, full-time freelance. That's an option, but I think it's much less stressful and usually an easier transition if you keep a part-time or even a full-time job and just start doing a couple of little projects on the side, your nights and weekends. And I recommend to people that you take on a job that maybe is a pro bono job, so maybe it's not even paid, but you really treat it like a freelance job. And in the beginning, don't be shy about taking on jobs that might be smaller in scope, or might not have a huge budget, might not be for a big, huge client, because you're going to learn so much about the freelancing process in those first couple of jobs. And it's really valuable to have the space and have a lower pressure environment to learn that stuff and to make those mistakes than if your first client is, Google or something, and you're freaking out like, oh my God, what am I going to do? I'm going to make all these mistakes. And what if I can't deliver? And so I would just say treat the first couple of jobs as learning experiences.
Yeah. And I think it's good to have, you shouldn't be thinking, oh, I need to land Google right out of the gate kind of a thing. It's good to kind of start your journey where you are working out the kinks of, all the kind of red flags and things that you need to avoid. Do that a few times on the smaller projects, and then you change your sites to like bigger and bigger clients.
But I think also a really useful question to ask, and I'd be interested to hear what both your takes are, is how do you get your second and third and fourth and fifth clients? Like, how do you build that first client into something where people come back to you? And my answer to that is really, really simple. Meet your deadlines, deliver what you said you were going to deliver, and be nice.
Yes.
Like if you can do those three things, you are already ahead of, I don't know, 2/3 of the other freelancers out there who are just not organized. Be organized and you will get work.
Yeah,
like,
communicate way more than you think you need to.
Yes.
I think people think that because I thought it, they knew it, even if you are like, you think you're going to be a day behind on things that you promised, email them and say that you're working on it. I'm going to deliver it the next day or something. There's no promise too small that you need to keep. Like, oh, I said it's going to be tomorrow, but it's actually going to be the next day, so I don't need to say anything. You need to be keeping all of your promises. That's something I always think about. Every single promise, no matter how small, I need to be keeping, because those things build up, and it makes them want to refer you to someone else. And just asking at the end, saying, do you know of anybody else who could use my services? That can get you your second one. And then a more specific answer, I would say, it would be to share your work. So if you can create a short little blog post about the process of the visualization, of course, asking the client first if you can share it in that way, asking them if you can share it in a blog post or something, sharing it and then promoting it on social media, then that helps get the word out. And then just connecting with people. Like, I like going on LinkedIn and commenting on interesting articles, and you just kind of have to be part of the space, and then people will start coming to you.
How about you, Will?
Agree with that. I mean, I will say, I think for developing sort of that pipeline of work that's just sort of constantly coming in, a very specific recommendation is to try to get your name and your work known among a few different Dataviz design agencies. Because there are several of these out there nowadays that are like data consultancy, data design agency, even like journalism agencies, where they are sort of a small centralized group and they get a lot of incoming work for freelance, and then they subcontract that out to individual freelancers like us. And so,
can you name any? Well,
yeah. So Infographic is one. Polygraphing, which is the Puddings studio, is another. Recently, Alli has been doing some work with a place called Dark Horse Analytics. And there's many others, like Beyond Words is another studio. And I don't know, probably we can put some more in the chat, or you all can name some more. But the getting your name basically into those portfolios, like those books of works of the project managers there, will mean that they will sort of just be constantly sending you work. And obviously, that relies on you having a good reputation. So that relies on you doing a couple of these projects first and developing good references, good examples that show your work. But if you are able to get your foot in the door at those places, it can be a really excellent source of sort of consistent work.
Yeah, and I would add one other thing to that, which is that you might think, like, sometimes people say something like, stop marketing yourself among other Dataviz people because they're not going to hire you. And that's true, but they might refer you for a job that they don't have time to do. I get quite a lot of my work from referrals from other Dataviz people who don't have the time or don't necessarily have the skills. So do make friends with other Dataviz people and make sure people know what you can do. And yeah, you'll get work that way too.
Yeah, we've passed a lot of jobs between each other and everyone in the Elevate membership, things that we don't have time for or not suited for. So yeah, definitely working up your community network is really helpful as well. Speaking at events like this was we're trying to allow people to share their perspectives. But then, like you mentioned, Duncan, kind of reaching out to the events where you think that your potential clients might be at, speaking at those events about Dataviz, because then you are kind of the one Dataviz person in that pond, right? Rather than the one of many. So that would be a really great option for you as well.
And they haven't seen all the kind of the Minard map and all of this stuff. So it's quite easy to kind of wow them.
Yeah, right. Zane had a good question. how do you go about setting deadlines? Obviously, there are hard ones the client might need you to meet, but estimating your own deadlines is really hard. People tend to underestimate and then they forget about that. What do you think, Will?
This is a really challenging question. As you pointed out, it is very difficult to estimate how much time something will take.
Mm-hmm.
In the case of freelance projects, the first thing that I do is I'm always very upfront with people about how much time that I have. So in my case, I moonlight, and that means that I have a day job. So I tell people, I have a full-time job. That means that if I'm working freelance for you, I can only work nights and weekends. So don't expect me to be working more than 15 or 20 hours a week. So I think being realistic about that. And then on the flip side would be when you're actually trying to estimate how many hours will something take. Obviously, it just takes practice to learn how long it takes you to do a certain task, and you will learn that as you do things. In the beginning, I always think it's better to overestimate how long something is going to take you. So give yourself that extra time because, one, it will probably take longer than you think it will, and so overestimation is going to be good. And two, it will reduce that pressure on you, especially in the beginning, to not feel like you're so under a hard deadline and you're really worried about finishing. It's much better to finish something early or to have extra time at the end to really polish it than be worried about, staying up all night to finish something.
Mm-hmm. What do you think, Duncan?
Yeah, I mean, having worked as a journalist for such a long time, I am generally quite good at knowing how long things take me, but sometimes I will do the work to the deadline, in the sense that I will set myself a deadline which I think is reasonable, and then I'll just, I'll do what it takes to hit it. Some people tend to be more perfectionist than others. I'm not particularly perfectionist, honestly. Which, I don't think that means that my work isn't good. My work is good because it's on time. And that's, really, really important. It is good enough, absolutely. And it's on time. And I think that is a really, really valuable thing to have for quite a lot of clients. It's better that than obsessing over something for 6 months and then delivering something that isn't very different from what you had 6 months ago. So, yeah, there is you can always polish something more. And so I tend to set myself a deadline that I think sounds reasonable based on my experience of what I've done so far. And then I hit that deadline. I don't know if I quite answered the question, but I answered a sort of tangential question.
I think that there are, in my experience, there's pretty few deadlines where it's like 100% this is the deadline. I feel like almost all deadlines are movable.
Certainly
of course,
the deadlines that the clients promise you they'll deliver things by.
Right, exactly. It's not that I don't worry about deadlines, but that's just to say that I find part of my job is to set expectations and constantly be resetting expectations. So at the beginning, I'll say, I estimate that it'll take me this long. And then I'm constantly asking what they're waiting on and what their expectations are, because if they say, we were expecting this last Tuesday because we have this particular thing going on this week, and I didn't know that, then there's unhappiness and miscommunication. So just constantly telling them what I'm estimating and what I expect will happen, and asking what their expectations are and what deadlines they have coming up, and just constantly trying to reconfigure the expectations. It's just like a constant dance, telling them, well, I expected this would take this long, but it's taking me longer because, and just explaining, people understand they're working with colleagues as well, and they're working at their own job, and they know that things change based on circumstances, but you just have to communicate it. So,
yeah, I do exactly the same. And this is why I spend so long in my inbox.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
that's the work.
Yeah, that's the work. That's what you can do. All right. I think we have time for just one more question. Oops, sorry. That down. Maybe we can make this a little bit actionable for the person that just kind of came across this conference and maybe is just starting to think about, hey, Dataviz kind of sounds cool. I'm maybe doing part of it in my job. Maybe they're not at all. What's something that someone can do to bring Dataviz more into their life and try doing it more to possibly get a job doing data visualization? Duncan, do you want to?
Sure, I can go first. I think a really important thing to do if you're doing any kind of data viz work whatsoever and you want to be doing more of it is to document everything that you are doing and share it. Like in way more detail than you think that you need to. You'll think, oh, I'll remember this. You won't remember it. Write it down, take screenshots, get to keep all of the in progress stuff, like all of my Figma boards. When I'm designing graphics, I design in Figma. Whenever I need to make a new iteration, I will copy the existing one and then make a new one so that I've got the kind of history of what I did before upwards. And that makes it so easy for me then to pull out, I don't know, some like in progress shots or something like that for a blog post that I want to write. Or if I need to give a talk on it a year later, I can just immediately pull that up. I can pull up my notes that I was working on at the time. I have a little like document for every project where I write kind of like, here's what I'm going to try and do. You know, here's what I think isn't working. Here's what, just like kind of stream of consciousness stuff. It's only for me. If I'm not going to like publish that properly, if I'm going to publish it, I'll clean it up first. But I can't overstate the importance of documentation when you are doing stuff. And again, this takes time, so don't underestimate the time that takes, but it is so valuable. It's worth the time.
Will, how about you?
Yeah, I think I'll probably answer it from a different perspective. And that is, if you're someone, I think there's a lot of people that are sort of doing data viz at their job, or they have started to do data viz, but they dream one day of transitioning to be like the full-time data viz expert. And I think an important thing to sort of move from that very early beginner stage to moving to the more intermediate or expert stage is moving beyond the idea that there are correct rules, or that there are rules or one correct way to do everything. So, in the beginning, these are really useful shortcuts because you can say things like pie charts are bad, don't use them. And it's very simple. And that's really helpful when you're a beginner because you're having so many new things to learn and so many things come at you all at the same time that you really need those sort of like simple guidelines and rules. But the truth is that most of what we do in data visualization has no correct answer. Even if you've been told that, a bar chart should always, be this way, or line chart should start at 0, or whatever the rules that you've heard, there's always exceptions to them. And really to move to that next level, you're going to have to start understanding the reasons why those rules exist and the reasons why you make the choices that you do. So, instead of thinking I never use a pie chart, start thinking what are the reasons why pie charts are sometimes bad, and then where might they be good, and how could I use one effectively now that I understand the way that a pie chart works. And so moving beyond those simple rules to the more reason-based approach to data visualization will really help you to move up into that expert stage. And that'll also help you to get more of this happening in your life and at your job, because understanding those reasons is a really great way to convince people why you're right. So, it's a lot better when you can explain to people what the advantage of a chart is, or what it's giving you, and why you made the decisions that you did, than just producing a chart and handing it to somebody.
Yeah, that's so true. That's a really great point. My piece of advice is, when I first started, I heard a lot of people saying, oh, just practice, start making visualizations, which is great advice. But when you're starting from the beginning, like I was, that feels too hard and too much. So what I did was I just got a subscription to the Washington Post, and it was delivered every Sunday. And I would literally cut out the charts, any charts that I found in the Washington Post, and I would cut them out, and I would just paste them on the wall or paste them in a notebook so I could look at them, and just kind of surrounding myself, but with good work, was really helpful in building my confidence. Like this chart, they used a line chart to show this, and then they annotated it this way in order to call out this section because the article was about this. So just start by cutting out or printing out, even from the internet, some charts that you find really nice, and print them out and just have them around, and just kind of start surrounding yourself with really good data viz. And that's a really easy first step. And you don't even have to have any kind of talent for that. So that was a really great spot for me to start. Okay, so we are just about out of time because we just rounded off 4 hours. I think the three of us, with Gabby too, we could just talk forever. But we'll go ahead and wrap this up. We had so much fun with this conference. Let's look back at what we went through today. We had an amazing talk with Danielle Alberti. She showed us some behind the scenes of a major newsroom and told us to take a stats class. Don't forget about that. Marilia Cunha reminded us to add context to our data visualizations and look for resources outside of Europe and the US. Tristan Guillevin walked us through his ever-evolving journey of learning new tools and reminded us to always keep a beginner's mindset to learn new ways of doing things. Julian Hernandez showed us how to use rapid prototyping and user testing to make better dashboards. Silvia Hüttner reminded us that data viz projects require a lot of data massaging, sometimes more than you think, but that can be part of the fun. Cheryl Braus gave us some super practical tips to make our Plotly chart shine. Maggie Shi showed us ways to lay out our infographics like a designer would. And Jayeola Gbenga reminded us that sometimes simple charts are the best charts. Angelica Hom challenged us to think about who collected the data before we use it. So in the coming weeks, we're going to post all the recordings. So if you missed anything, you can go back and watch them. Just go to elevatedataviz.com/live. And if you enjoyed being with us today and are curious about joining the Elevate Learning Community, you can head over to elevatedataviz.com and find out more about us. We'd love to welcome you into our community and share all things data viz. And we also offer a 50% discount for students, unemployed, people in lower income countries. So thank you for joining us for Elevate Live today, and we hope you learned a lot of new things. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you so much,
Thanks
everyone.
so much.